Kwa jina naitwa Joseph George Nganga. Mimi mkazi wa hapa Maimahio tangia 1998. Na wakati nilipofika hapa niliona ni mahali tofauti na kule ambako nilikuweko, kwa maana hapa ni mahali pakavu, na nikafikiri labda ndipo panaitwa Maimahio. Kitu niliona kikiwa na shida hapa zaidi kuliko yote sio chakula, hata igali chakula hapa Maimahio ni shida, maji nao ni shida zaidi. Maji kupata hapa ni shida, na kuna wengine ambao labda tunasikia, lakini sijawahi kumewaletea maji, si hapikwa na maji. Maji ikiwa na shida hivyo, tukaona maisha hapa ni magumu, kwa maana hapa ni pakavu. Najua hapa hainyeshi, hata ikinyesha mahali kwingine kokote, hapa mvua hainyeshi sana. Kwa hivyo naona inashukuru kwa nini kuletea maji hapa, na tunashukuru kwenu kuwasiliana na sisi na kupanga mpango huu mkatuletea hii maji, na ndipo tunasema asante kwenu. Kitu nikiomba sana ni wale watu ambao mulileta hapa wakawa wakitutengenezea maji, muangalie sana na musaidie sana, maana hawa watu ni usaidizi wetu wa muhimu sana. Kwa hivyo wanafanya kazi nzuri sana, inatufurahisha, na ndipo sasa mimi nasema asante na tutaendelea vizuri. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema asante kwa hayo.
The Board of Directors has approved customer-focused policies for enhanced service delivery, which includes ProPoor policy that protects the interests of the poor and marginalized groups. Also, social connection policy that allows payment of installment while customer is still enjoying the service.
Mirera is situated south of NAIVASHA town and is a peri-urban settlement with low-income dwellers. The more developed parts of Mirera are occupied by laborers from neighboring commercial flower farms and Lake NAIVASHA fishermen.
Kwa majina yangu ni Maxwell Mwangi. Kwa hii area NAIVASHA Mirera Kiandege area nimekaa miaka 42, na tangu 42 tulikuwa na shida sana ya maji hapa. So tulikuwa tunaenda baharini kuchota maji ya lake, na unajua maji ya lake iko na uchafu mwingi sana. Watu wanaogelea, manguo inafuliwa, maumbu wanakunywa huko punda, lakini tulikuwa tunaitumia tu sababu hatukuwa na uwezo mwingine ya kufanya. Kutoka hapo ndio tukaanza kupanga vile tunaweza pata borehole ya Mirera, inaitwa Rufiri Water Project. Tukashimba borehole, lakini pia hiyo imetusaidia, lakini iko na chumvi mingi sana. Lakini kukawa na grupu ingine iko na maji safi sana ambaye haina chumvi. Kwa wakati hii tunasema tulikuwa kwa maji ya chumvi, sasa tunasema tuko kwa maji ya sukari. So tunaifurahia sana tangu ikuja, sababu situmii pesa mingi vile nilikuwa natumia, na hii maji pia ninalipa maji na nini pipe na mita nalipa tu pole pole. Sina haraka na hiyo maji, so ni safi, hatuchemusi. So ukipika chai inakuwa mzuri sana. Beleni hiyo ya chumvi ukipika chai inakuwa very black, lakini sasa tunaona iko sawa.
Kwa jina naitwa Joseph Njoroge Ng'ang'a. Mimi mkazi wa hapa Maimahio tangia 1998, na wakati nilipofika hapa niliona ni mahali tofauti na kule ambako nilikuweko, kwa maana hapa ni mahali pakavu, na nikafikiri labda ndipo panaitwa Maimahio. Kitu niliona kikiwa na shida hapa zaidi kuliko yote sio chakula, hata igali chakula hapa Maimahio ni shida, maji nao ni shida zaidi. Maji kupata hapa ni shida, na kuna wengine ambao labda tunasikia, lakini sijawahi kuwaona kabla hamuja kuja wameletewa maji, lakini sisi hatukuwa na maji. Wale wote mmewaletea maji, sisi hatukuwa na maji. Maji ikiwa na shida hivyo, tukaona maisha hapa ni magumu, kwa maana hapa ni pakavu. Najua hapa hainyeshi, hata ikinyesha mahali kwingine kokote, hapa mvua hainyeshi sana. Kwa hivyo naona nashukuru kwa nini kutuletea maji hapa, manake hii maji itatufaidi. Tutapata sukuma kama hizi nimepanda hapa. Kwa hivyo hii maji tunaona umuhimu wake kwetu, na tunashukuru kwenu kuwasiliana na sisi na kupanga mpango huu mkatuletea hii maji, na ndipo tunasema asante kwenu kutuletea hii maji. Kitu nikiomba sana ni wale watu ambao mulileta hapa wakawa wakitutengenezea maji, muangalie sana na musaidie sana, maana hawa watu ni usaidizi wetu wa muhimu sana. Kwa hivyo wanafanya kazi nzuri sana, inatufurahisha, na ndipo sasa mimi nasema asante kwa kutuletea hii maji hii, na itaendelea kutusaidia. Mungali mnatushikilia, mungali mnawasikia hawa wanatusaidia hapa, na tutaendelea vizuri. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema asante kwa haya.
The Board of Directors has approved customer-focused policies for enhanced service delivery, which includes ProPoor policy that protects the interests of the poor and marginalized groups, also social connection policy that allows payment of installment while customer is still enjoying the service,
is situated south of NAIVASHA town and is a peri-urban settlement with low-income dwellers. The more developed parts of Mirera are occupied by laborers from neighboring commercial flower farms and Lake Naivasha fishermen.
Kwa majina yangu ni Maxwell Njuguna Mwangi. Kwa hii area ya Naivasha, Mirera, Kiandege area imekaa miaka 42 na tangu 42 tulikuwa na shida sana ya maji hapa. So tulikuwa tunaenda baharini kuchota maji ya lake, na unajua maji ya lake iko na uchafu mwingi sana. Watu wanaogelea, maguo inafuliwa, maumbu wanakunywa huko bunda, lakini tulikuwa tunaitumia tu sababu hatukuwa na uwezo ingine ya kufanya. Kutoka hapo ndio tukaanza kupanga vile tunaweza pata borehole ya Mirera, inaitwa Rufiri Water Project. Tukashimba borehole, lakini pia hiyo imetusaidia, lakini iko na chumvi mingi sana. Lakini kukawa na grupu ingine iko na maji safi sana ambaye haina chumvi. Kwa wakati hii tunasema tulikuwa kwa maji ya chumvi, sasa tunasema tuko kwa maji ya sukari. So tunaifurahia sana tangu ikuja, sababu situmii pesa mingi vile nilikuwa natumia, na hii maji pia ninalipa maji na nini paipu na mita nalipa tu pole. Sina haraka na hiyo maji, so ni safi, hatuchemuzi. So ukipika chai inakuwa mzuri sana. Beleni hiyo ya chumvi ukipika chai inakuwa very black, lakini sasa tunaona iko sawa.
Mimi mkazi wa hapa Maimahio tangia 1998, na wakati nilipofika hapa niliona ni mahali tofauti na kule ambako nilikuweko, kwa maana hapa ni mahali pakavu, na nikafikiri labda ndipo panaitwa Maimahio. Kitu niliona kikiwa na shida hapa zaidi kuliko yote sio chakula, hata igali chakula hapa Maimahio ni shida, maji nao ni shida zaidi. Maji kupata hapa ni shida, na kuna wengine ambao labda tunasikia, lakini sijawahi kuwaona kabla hamuja kuja wameletewa maji, lakini sisi hatukuwa na maji. Wale watu mmewaletea maji, sisi hatukuwa na maji. Maji ikiwa na shida hivyo, tukaona maisha hapa ni magumu, kwa maana hapa ni pakavu. Najua hapa hainyeshi, hata ikinyesha mahali kwingine kokote, hapa mvua hainyeshi sana. Kwa hivyo naona nashukuru kwa nini kutuletea maji hapa.
The Board of Directors has approved customer-focused policies for enhanced service delivery, which includes PROPUA policy that protects the interest of the poor and marginalized groups, also social connection policy that allows payment of marginalized groups, also social connection policy that allows payment of installment while customer is still enjoying the service.
Mirera is situated south of NAIVASHA town and is a peri-urban settlement with low-income dwellers. The more developed parts of Mirera are occupied by laborers from neighboring commercial flower farms and Lake Naivasha fishermen.
Kwa majina yangu ni Mwangi. Kwa hii area Naivasha, Mirera, Kiandege area nimekaa miaka 42 na tangu 42 tulikuwa na shida sana ya maji hapa. So tulikuwa tunaenda baharini kuchota maji ya lake, na unajua maji ya lake iko na uchafu mwingi sana. Watu wanaogelea, manguo inafuliwa, maumbo yanakunywa huko bunda, lakini tulikuwa tunaitumia tu sababu hatukuwa na uwezo ingine ya kufanya. Kutoka hapo ndio tukaanza kupanga vile tunaweza pata borehole ya Mirera, inaitwa Rufiri Water Project. Tukashiba borehole, lakini pia hiyo imetusaidia, lakini iko na chumvi mingi sana. Lakini kukawa na grupu ingine iko na maji safi sana ambaye haina chumvi. Kwa wakati hii tunasema tulikuwa kwa maji ya chumvi, sasa tunasema tuko kwa maji ya sukari. So tunaifurahia sana tangu ikuja, sababu situmii pesa mingi vile nilikuwa natumia, na hii maji pia ninalipa maji na nini pipe na mita nalipa tu pole. Sina haraka na hiyo maji, so ni safi, hatuchemuzi. So ukipika chai inakuwa mzuri sana. Beleni hiyo ya chumvi ukipika chai inakuwa very black, lakini sasa tunaona iko sawa.
Tangia 1998, na wakati nilipofika hapa niliona ni mahali tofauti na kule ambako nilikuweko, kwa maana hapa ni mahali pakavu, na nikafikiri labda ndipo panaitwa Maimahi. Kitu niliona kikiwa na shida hapa zaidi kuliko yote sio chakula, hata igali chakula hapa Maimahi ni shida, maji nao ni shida zaidi. Maji kupata hapa ni shida, na kuna wengine ambao labda tunasikia, lakini sijawahi kuwaona kabla hamuja kuja wameletewa maji, lakini sisi hatukuwa na maji. Wale wote mmewaletea maji, sisi hatukuwa na maji. Maji ikiwa na shida hivyo, tukaona maisha hapa ni magumu, kwa maana hapa ni pakavu. Najua hapa hainyeshi, hata ikinyesha mahali kwingine kokote, hapa mvua hainyeshi sana. Kwa hivyo naona nashukuru kwa nini kutuletea maji hapa, manake hii maji itatufaidi. Tutapata sukuma kama hizi nimepanda hapa. Kwa hivyo hii maji tunaona umuhimu wake kwetu, na tunashukuru kwenu kuwasiliana na sisi na kupanga mpango huu mkatuletea hii maji, na ndipo tunasema asante kwenu kutuletea hii maji. Kitu nikiomba sana ni wale watu ambao mulileta hapa wakawa wakitutengenezea maji, muangalie sana na musaidie sana, maana hawa watu ni usaidizi wetu wa muhimu sana. Kwa hivyo wanafanya kazi nzuri sana, inatufurahisha, na ndipo sasa mimi nasema asante kwa kutuletea hii maji hii, na itaendelea kutusaidia. Mgali mnawasikia hawa wanatusaidia hapa, na tutaendelea vizuri. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema asante kwa haya.
The board of directors has approved customer-focused policies for enhanced service delivery, which includes PROPUA policy that protects the interests of the poor and marginalized groups, also social connection policy that allows payment of installment while customer is still enjoying the service,
Mirera is situated south of NAIVASHA town and is a peri-urban settlement with low-income dwellers. The more developed parts of Mirera are occupied by laborers from neighboring commercial flower farms and Lake Naivasha fishermen.
Kwa majina yangu ni Maxwell Mwangi. Kwa hii area Naivasha, Mirera, Kiandege area nimekaa miaka 42 na tangu 42 tulikuwa na shida sana ya maji hapa, so tulikuwa tunaenda baharini kuchota maji ya lake, na unajua maji ya lake iko na uchafu mwingi sana. Watu wanaogelea, manguo inafuliwa, maumbo na kunywa huko punda, lakini tulikuwa tunaitumia tu sababu hatukuwa na uwezo mwingine ya kufanya. Kutoka hapo ndio tukaanza kupanga vile tunaweza pata borehole ya Mirera, inaitwa Rufiri Water Project. Tukashimba borehole, lakini pia hiyo imetusaidia, lakini iko na chumvi mingi sana. Lakini kukawa na grupu ingine safi sana ambaye haina chumvi. Kwa wakati hii tunasema tulikuwa kwa maji ya chumvi, sasa tunasema tuko kwa maji ya sukari. So tunaifurahia sana tangu ikuja, sababu situmii pesa mingi vile nilikuwa natumia, na hii maji pia ninalipa maji na nini pipe na mita nalipa tu pole.
Hapo Maimai. Kitu niliona kikiwa na shida hapa zaidi kuliko yote sio chakula, hata igali chakula hapa Maimai ni shida, maji nao ni shida zaidi. Maji kupata hapa ni shida, na kuna wengine ambao labda tunasikia, lakini sijawahi kuwaona kabla hamuja kuja wameletewa maji, lakini sisi hatukuwa na maji. Wale watu mmewaletea maji, sisi hatukuwa na maji. Maji ikiwa na shida hivyo, tukaona maisha hapa ni magumu, kwa maana hapa ni pakavu. Najua hapa hainyesi, hata ikinyesha mahali kwingine kokote, hapa mvua hainyesi sana. Kwa hivyo naona nashukuru kwa nini kutuletea maji hapa, manake hii maji itatufaidi. Tutapata sukuma kama hizi tumepanda hapa. Kwa hivyo hii maji tunaona umuhimu wake kwetu, na tunashukuru kwenu kuwasiliana na sisi na kupanga mpango huu mkatuletea hii maji, na ndipo tunasema asante kutuletea hii maji. Kitu nijiomba sana ni wale watu ambao mulileta hapa wakawa wakitutengenezea maji, muangalie sana na musaidie sana, maana hawa watu ni usaidizi wetu wa muhimu sana. Kwa hivyo wanafanya kazi nzuri sana, inatufurahisha, na ndipo sasa niamini.
The board of directors has approved customer-focused policies for enhanced service delivery, which includes PROPUA policy that protects the interests of the poor and marginalized groups, also social connection policy that allows payment of installment while customer is still enjoying the service,
Mirera is situated south of Naivasha town and is a peri-urban settlement with low-income dwellers. The more developed parts of Mirera are occupied by laborers from neighboring commercial flower farms and Lake Naivasha fishermen.
Kwa majina yangu ni Matsura Mwangi. Kwa hii area Naivasha, Mirera, Kiandege area nimekaa miaka 42 na tangu 42 tulikuwa na shida sana ya maji hapa. So tulikuwa tunaenda baharini kuchota maji ya lake, na unajua maji ya lake iko na uchafu mwingi sana. Watu wanaogelea, manguo inafuliwa, maumbu wanakunywa huko punda, lakini tulikuwa tunaitumia tu sababu hatukuwa na uwezo mwingine ya kufanya. Kutoka hapo ndio tukaanza kupanga vile tunaweza pata borehole ya Mirera, inaitwa Rufiri Water Project. Tukashimba borehole, lakini pia hiyo imetusaidia, lakini iko na chumvi mingi sana. Lakini kukawa na grupu ingine iko na maji safi sana ambaye haina chumvi. Kwa wakati hii tunasema tulikuwa kwa maji ya chumvi, sasa tunasema tuko kwa maji ya sukari. So tunaifurahia sana tangu ikuja, sababu situmii pesa mingi vile nilikuwa natumia, na hii maji pia ninalipa maji na nini pipe na mita nalipa tu pole. Sina haraka na hiyo maji, so ni safi, hatuchemuzi. So ukipika chai inakuwa mzuri sana. Beleni hiyo ya chumvi ukipika chai inakuwa very black, lakini sasa tunaona iko sawa.
Kwa jina naitwa Joseph George Nganga. Mimi mkazi wa hapa Maimahio tangia 1998, na wakati nilipofika hapa niliona ni mahali tofauti na kule ambako nilikuweko, kwa maana hapa ni mahali pakavu, na nikafikiri labda ndipo panaitwa Maimahio. Kitu niliona kikiwa na shida hapa zaidi kuliko yote sio chakula, hata igali chakula hapa Maimahio ni shida, maji nao ni shida zaidi. Maji kupata hapa ni shida, na kuna wengine ambao labda tunasikia, lakini sijawahi kuwaona kabla hamuja kuja wameletewa maji, lakini sisi hatukuwa na maji. Wale watu mmewaletea maji, sisi hatukuwa na maji. Maji ikiwa na shida hivyo, tukaona maisha hapa ni magumu, kwa maana hapa ni pakavu. Najua hapa hainyeshi, hata ikinyesha mahali kwingine kokote, hapa mvua hainyeshi sana. Kwa hivyo naona nashukuru kwa nini kutuletea maji hapa, manake hii maji itatufaidi. Tutapata sukuma kama hizi tumepanda hapa. Kwa hivyo hii maji tunaona umuhimu wake kwetu, na tunashukuru kwenu kuwasiliana na sisi na kupanga mpango huu mkatuletea hii maji, na ndipo tunasema asante kwenu kutuletea hii maji. Kitu nikiomba sana ni wale watu ambao mlileta hapa wakawa wakitutengenezea maji, muangalie sana na musaidie sana, maana hawa watu ni usaidizi wetu wa muhimu sana pia. Kwa hivyo wanafanya kazi nzuri sana, inatufurahisha. na ndipo sasa mimi nasema asante kwa kutuletea hii maji hii, na itaendelea kutusaidia. Mungali mnatushikilia, mungali mnawasikia hawa wanatusaidia hapa, na tutaendelea vizuri. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema asante kwa hayo.
The board of directors has approved customer-focused policies for enhanced service delivery, which includes PROPUA policy that protects the interests of the poor and marginalized groups, also social connection policy that allows payment of installment while customer is still enjoying the service.
Mirera is situated south of Naivasha town and is a peri-urban settlement with low-income dwellers. The more developed parts of Mirera are occupied by laborers from neighboring commercial flower farms and Lake Naivasha fishermen.
Kwa majina yangu ni Maxwell Mwangi. Kwa hii area Naivasha, Mirera, Kiandege area nimekaa miaka 42, na tangu 42 tulikuwa na shida sana ya maji hapa. So tulikuwa tunaenda baharini kuchota maji ya lake, na unajua maji ya lake iko na uchafu mwingi sana. Watu wanaogelea, manguo inafuliwa, maumbo na kunywa huko punda, lakini tulikuwa tunaitumia tu sababu hatukuwa na uwezo mwingine ya kufanya. Kutoka hapo ndio tukaanza kupanga vile tunaweza pata borehole ya Mirera, inaitwa Rufiri Water Project. Tukashimba borehole, lakini pia hiyo imetusaidia, lakini iko na chumvi mingi sana. Lakini kukawa na grupu ingine iko na maji safi sana ambaye haina chumvi. Kwa wakati hii tunasema tulikuwa kwa maji ya chumvi, sasa tunasema tuko kwa maji ya sukari. So tunaifurahia sana tangu ikuja, sababu situmii pesa mingi vile nilikuwa natumia, na hii maji pia ninalipa maji na nini pipe na mita nalipa tu pole. Sina haraka na hiyo maji, so ni safi, hatuchemuzi, so ni sichapipura, lakini sasa tunaona iko sawa.
Kwa jina naitwa Joseph George Nganga. Mimi mkazi wa hapa Maimahio tangia 1998, na wakati nilipofika hapa niliona ni mahali tofauti na kule ambako nilikuweko, labda ndiposa panaitwa Maimahio. Kitu niliona kikiwa na shida hapa zaidi, kuna wengine ambao labda tunasikia, lakini sijawahi kuwaona kabla hamuja kuja, wameletewa maji, lakini sisi hatukuwa na maji. Wale wote mmewaletea maji, sisi hatukuwa na maji. Maji ikiwa na shida hizo, tukaona maisha hapa ni magumu, kwa maana hapa ni pakavu. Najua hapa hainyeshi, hata ikinyesha mahali kwingine kokote, hapa mvua hainyeshi sana. Kwa hivyo naona nashukuru kwa nini kutuletea maji hapa. Manake hii maji itatufaidi, tutapata sukuma kama hizi nimepanda hapa. Kwa hivyo hii maji tunaona umuhimu wake kwetu, na tunashukuru kweli na watu ni usaidizi wetu wa muhimu sana pia. Kwa hivyo wanafanya kazi nzuri sana, inatufurahisha, na ndipo mimi nasema asante kwa kutuletea hii maji hii, na itaendelea kutusaidia. Mungali mnatushikilia, mungali mnawasikia hawa wanatusaidia hapa, na tutaendelea vizuri. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema asante kwa hayo.
The board of directors has approved customer-focused policies for enhanced service delivery, which includes ProPoor policy that protects the interests of the poor and marginalized groups, also social connection policy that allows payment of installment while customer is still enjoying the service.
Mirera is situated south of Naivasha town and is a peri-urban settlement with low-income dwellers. The more developed parts of Mirera are occupied by laborers from neighboring commercial flower farms and Lake Naivasha fishermen.
Kwa majina yangu ni Magusoro Mondi. Kwa hii area Naivasha, Mirera, Kiandege area nimekaa miaka 42, na tangu 42 tulikuwa na shida sana ya maji hapa. So tulikuwa tunaenda baharini kuchota maji ya lake, na unajua maji ya lake iko na uchafu mwingi sana. Watu wanaogelea, maguo inafuliwa, maumbu wanakunywa huko punda, lakini tulikuwa tunaitumia tu sababu hatukuwa na uwezo mwingine ya kufanya. Kutoka hapo ndio tukaanza kupanga vile tunaweza pata borehole ya Mirera, inaitwa Rufiri Water Project. Tukashimba borehole, lakini pia hiyo imetusaidia, lakini iko na chumvi mingi sana. Lakini kukawa na grupu ingine iko na maji safi sana ambaye haina chumvi. Kwa wakati hii tunasema tulikuwa kwa maji ya chumvi, sasa tunasema tuko kwa maji ya sukari. So tunaifurahia sana tangu ikuja, sababu situmii pesa mingi vile nilikuwa natumia, na hii maji pia ninalipa maji na nini pipe na mita nalipa tu pole. Sina haraka na hiyo maji, so ni safi, hatuchemuzi. So ukipika chai inakuwa mzuri sana. Beleni hiyo ya chumvi ukipika chai inakuwa very black, lakini sasa tunaona iko sawa.
Kwa jina naitwa Joseph Jorge Nganga. Mimi mkazi wa hapa Maimahio tangia 1998, na wakati nilipofika hapa niliona ni mahali tofauti na kule ambako nilikuweko, kwa maana hapa ni mahali pakavu, na nikafikiri labda ndipo panaitwa Maimahio. Kitu niliona kikiwa na shida hapa zaidi kuliko yote, sio chakula, hata igali chakula hapa Maimayo ni shida, maji nao ni shida zaidi. Maji kupata hapa ni shida, na kuna wengine ambao labda tunasikia, lakini sijawahi kuwaona kabla hamuja kuja wameletewa maji, lakini sisi hatukuwa na maji. Wale wote mmewaletea maji, sisi hatukuwa na maji. Maji ikiwa na shida hivyo, tukaona maisha hapa ni magumu, kwa maana hapa ni pakavu. Najua hapa hainyesi, hata ikinyesha mahali kwingine kokote, hapa mvua hainyesi sana. Kwa hivyo naona nashukuru kwa nini kutuletea maji hapa, manake hii maji itatufaidi. Tutapata sukuma kama hizi nimepanda hapa. Kwa hivyo hii maji tunaona umuhimu wake kwetu, na tunashukuru kwenu kuwasiliana na sisi na kupanga mpango huu mkatuletea hii maji, na ndipo tunasema asante kwenu kutuletea hii maji. Kitu nijiomba sana ni wale watu ambao mlileta hapa wakawa wakitutengenezea maji, muangalie sana na musaidie sana, maana hawa watu ni usaidizi wetu wa muhimu sana. Kwa hivyo wanafanya kazi nzuri sana, inatufurahisha.
Kwanza ni mzuri tujuane, na kabla tujuana, I believe tumekunywa chai. For the convenience rooms, before tuanze mkutano, siko nyuma yetu hapa. For those who will need to use the convenience rooms, iko hapa nyuma. So naomba tuanze with introduction. So we want to open the meeting officially. And we want to call the blessings of God to guide us. So we want to open the meeting with a word of prayer. I want to request our co-director, Tabitha, to open with a word of prayer.
Let us believe and pray. Father, in Jesus' name, this morning we worship you, we give you praise, honor, for you are worthy. You are the one who has enabled us to see this day, and we want to invite your presence to begin with us, to walk with us, and even as we come to a close, Lord, we want to pray that may your presence continue to be with us. Bless each one of us in every way that we are going to participate, that we may be within your will. And this is our prayer of faith and thanksgiving in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Director. So we are going to do the introduction, and it's good to know each other when you go up. So I will request Mike it end around. Tunaanza hapo nyuma. So utatuambia jina yako na ile group ambayo una represent. So tunaanza kutoka hapo nyuma.
Salimia wote, habari yenu. Jina yangu ni Danson Njoroge Dhairu, natoka Gondi kwa bohole ya Gondi Water Community.
Asante sana.
Okay, good morning everyone. I'm Jane, representing Kwamohia Environmental Group. Thank you.
Asante sana.
Good morning everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Haron Gitari from NAIVASHA Kayole. representing Mr. Dionisius Wahome.
Good morning. God is good, and all the time. My name is Esther Mbuthia from Hellsgate Ward, representing Grassroots Imperial Youth Group, which is in Ward Climate Change Planning Committee that was formed through Nakuru County Act 2021. Thank you.
Good morning. Morning once again. My name is Eunice Wanjiko, and I represent Kyoto Beautiful Beginning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Mwaniki, representing Villa View Estate, South Lake.
Asante sana.
Habari yenu. John Ngige kutoka Kayole, customer.
Karibu.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Josephine Mahinda, working and supporting services at Disability Resource Information Center. I'm here to stand in for inclusivity and disability mainstreaming.
You are welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning once again. My name is Harry. I work with an organization called Water and Sanitation for the Urban Poor. We are a strategic partner to the utility in terms of provision of water and sanitation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Okay, my name is Felix. Felix Morema is my name. I work with the NAIVASHA Water Technical Services Manager. Karibuni sana. So I think we can continue, then we come back to the staff.
Let's proceed that way. It's okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Margaret. I'm head of distribution and sales. I work with NAIVASHA Water.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Judy Wahu. I'm the internal auditor, NAIVASHA Water.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Josephine Dungu, Senior Chief Lakeview. Karibuni sana hapa Lakeview as we serve the community. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Stephen Kamau, representing CEO Environment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Absal Mukusi. I represent the NAIVASHA Professional Association. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Waweru, representing the CCM, Water, Environment, Energy and Natural Resources and Climate Change, and also the Chief Officer, Water and Sanitation.
So there's another group, uko nyuma, our judge introduce. I'm also informed we have a list of attendants, so make sure that when you may attend, we register for the purpose of records.
My name is Winnie Karanja, in charge of Finance Department, NAIVASHA Water.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dorcas Latina, Billing Section, NAIVASHA Water.
Good morning. I'm Alice Gitoga, Accounts Section, NAIVASHA Water.
Morning again. I'm Florence Mwende. I'm the Revenue Officer, NAIVASHA Water.
Good morning. My name is Naomi Wanjiro. I'm in Sales and Distribution, NAIVASHA Water.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Grace Wangoi, representing the administration.
Good morning. My name is Jane Karemi, representing the admin.
Yes, good morning. I'm Peter Mboro, representing ICT section.
Good morning. My name is Chelangat Masi. I'm the Propo Officer.
Good morning. I'm Paul Maura, Sanitation Superintendent, NAIVASHA Water.
So thank you very much for that introduction. There is these groups that I will request, they will introduce themselves later when they will be making their remarks. That is the WASREP and the board. For now, I want to request that naona the sitting arrangement si mzuri sana. Kuna wale wageni wako huko nyuma, ningeomba sana to fill zile viti ziko mbele so that wale watakuja baadaye can occupy the back seats. I'm also informed that this group is an hybrid meeting. So we have customers and other stakeholders who are following us live. So for those groups who are watching us live, we've recognized you and we request that if you are following, you can just text your name and the group you are representing. Then in the due of the meeting, we'll be able to introduce you as well. So with that, I want now to welcome our MD to give his opening remark. Then he will invite the board chair to introduce the board and also give an opening remark. Karibu MD.
Thank you. Chair, team from WASREB, staff, our customers, good morning. My name is Wahome Nahashon, MD NAIVASHA Water. I will not be talking a lot because I'm going to have a presentation later, but mine is to welcome you to this event. It's a very, very important occasion for all of us, both customers and the company, because it will help us to know how services will be delivered. So we are here to talk, we are here to engage, and I hope that all of us will have open mind as we do this so that we can be able to achieve the objective of the meeting. So my duty is basically to invite the chair of the board so that he can come and do her remarks as well as introduce the other board directors. So we can clap for her as she comes.
Good morning. God is good and all the time. My name is Rachel Mathenge. I represent commercial consumers and I'm currently the chair, NAIVAWASCO. So I'd like to welcome all of you, and I know some of you in person. Karibuni sana. I'd like to introduce the board at this moment and then we can proceed. Thank you.
Good morning all. My name is Macharia Geshimbo Paul. I'm a director representing the professionals, and you're all welcome. I think this is the forum we have to exchange ideas and see how we can better services for Naivashans, isn't it? Karibuni sana.
Good morning once again. My name is Tabitha Kamau, and I'm the director representing domestic consumers. Karibuni sana, tuweze kuendelea.
Good morning. My name is Salome Gikonyo, Director representing Youth, Women, and PWDs. You're welcome to the meeting.
Thank you very much. We also have apologies. We have apologies from some of our directors who are part of the county. They are in Mombasa as we speak. They are on their way back, so they could not make it for the meeting. We have an apology from Ken Baraza. He represents the CEC Water. Then we have Evelyn Kakai representing CEC Finance. Then we have Pius Langat, who represents CBOs and resident organizations. So we want to welcome you once again, and feel free to engage because we own NAIVASHA, we live in NAIVASHA. Santeni.
Thank you. We really appreciate. It's good to know the people at the top of the company, and we appreciate your presence. I think the next person I will be inviting has been sent to by the CEC in charge of water. So I want to call upon Mr. Stephen Wawero to come and give remarks from the CEC. As the chair has said, there's a team from the county who have gone to Mombasa, and they were not able to make it by now. That's why we have the representation. So Wawelo.
Asante meneja mkurugenzi wa NAIVASCO. Bodi ya udhibiti wa huduma za maji, bodi ya wakurugenzi wa NAIVASHA Water Sanitation Company, waheshimiwa wateja wetu na wananchi kwa jumla, hamjambo. Leo niko na furaha kuweza kujiunga pamoja na hafla hii, na kama Madam Rachel ambao amesema ya kwamba kuna wale ambao waliomba msamaha, hata mimi pia niliambiwa nifikishe hiyo apology kwenu nyinyi. Mumekubali? Asante. Katika ujumbe yule ambayo waziri alikuwa nayo kwa kikundi hiki ni kwamba niko hapa mbele yenu kutoka idara ya maji, kawi, mazingira, tabia nchi na rasilimali. Na katika hii idara tuko na kurugenzi mbili, ambao moja ni environment, ambao inasimamiwa na mwenzangu hapa Bwana Stephen Joguna. Katika kurugenzi ya maji na unafuu ndio ile ambayo imepatiwa jukumu ya kuweza kupatiana huduma za maji. Na hii jukumu tumeweza kukabidhiwa au kutunukiwa na serikali kuu kupitia kwa sheria ya maji. Bila shaka tunakuwa na furaha nyingi tukiona bodi hii ya udhibiti ambao ni WASREB ambao ameweza kutusaidia sana ili kuweza kudhibiti huduma hizi za maji. Kwa wakati wa ugatuzi ulipoingia, ilikuwa lazima kama ni county, kama ni usambazaji wa maji, county haitakani ipatiane hiyo maji direct, ili hali ilikuwa inawajibika iweze kufanya kazi pamoja na kampuni ambayo imepatiwa leseni na WASREB. Kwa hivyo tuko hapa leo ili kuweza kuwaunga mkono, kwa sababu tunajua kati ya zile kazi ambao tunafanya tunafanya ili tuweze kuwafikia wateja wengi na wananchi wote wa kaunti hii ya Nakuru. Nakuru County tuko na kampuni tatu. Kuna ile ya town inaitwa Nakuru Water Sanitation Company, kuna ile ya rural areas na hii NAIVASHA Water Sanitation Company. Tunajivunia kwa sababu wakati wa ugatuzi hizi kampuni zilikuwa tayari zimebuniwa na zilikuwa zinaenda vyema. Kwetu kama idara ilikuwa tu kuwajibika kuwaunga mkono. Tunasaidiana nao katika usambazaji wa maji safi huku Nakuru County. Leo hii tuko hapa NAIVASHA. Tunajua shinda ambazo zimetukabili hasa huku NAIVASHA. Tukiweza kutaja moja tu ya quality ya maji, yani ubora wa maji. Tunaelewa ya kwamba maji mingi hapa iko na madini ambayo ni ya fluoride, na hakuna wale ambao wanaweza kufanya kazi hiyo bora kama Water and Sanitation Company, kwa sababu wanadhibitiwa na WASREB. Kwa hivyo leo hii tumekuja kwa ajili ya kushauriana. Tumepatiwa majukumu na gavana wetu Susan Kehika hati ya kwamba lazima kila boma iweze kupata maji ikifikia pengine hata kama ni 2030, na saa hizi bado hatujaweza kuwafikia hiyo nia ambao tunatarajia. Hii ni kwa sababu ya changamoto ambao pengine tumeweza tukiwa.
Sorry for interrupting. I have an announcement. Kuna gari simefungia mkubwa mwenye anataka kwenda, kuna flight KCF 261B na KCZ 514E. Tunaomba tu mwende upange gari kama siko kwa hii room. Please.
Thank you. Samahani. Kupitia kwa ile majukumu ambayo tumeweza kupatiwa kama hii kurugenzi ya upatianaji huduma za maji na unafuu, ni kwamba tunatakikana tufikie kila mwananchi wa Nakuru County. Leo hii nimesema tuko hapa Naivasha kwa ajili ya kuimarisha hii huduma, na tunafurahia usimamizi bora wa hii kampuni kwa sababu tumeweza kufika sehemu nyingi zaidi. Na sisi kama county, hii kampuni ni yetu. Kwa hivyo sio kampuni ya tunasema ni ya kando. It is wholly owned by the Nakuru County Government of Nakuru. Na kama vile nimewaelezea, county haiwezi kapatiana hii huduma kwa direct. Lazima tutumie hizi kampuni. Kwa hivyo langu siku hii ya leo, tumekuja hapa kwa ajili ya ushauriano. Tunajua ile shinda ambazo pengine zimetukabili, maybe pengine hata bei ya vitu kupanda, kama gharama ya kuweza kupika ili kuweza kupatiana hii huduma imepanda, kama stima iko juu, vitu nyingi ziko juu. Ile hali bado tunazidi kujizatiti ili tuweze kupatiana hii huduma. So leo ni kushirikiana na kushauriana kama vile mkurugenzi manager amesema. So ombi letu kama County Government of Nakuru ni ya kwamba tukitoka kwa hii mkutano tutaweza kuwa tumepata anza ya ile objective ya mkutano yetu. Na warudishieni shukurani, kwa hivyo tuende pamoja. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Hiyo club ni kama si mzuri. Hebu tumpie makofi mzuri. Yeah, so I think we are done with the first part of the. So now I want to welcome my co-MC. She will introduce herself. She's from Wasrep, and also take over from there.
Good morning, everyone. I will let our team leader introduce us, and then we'll proceed.
Morning, everyone. Are we all okay? Excellent. So my name is Eliud Lelerai. I work as a manager, monitoring, inspection, and compliance from Wasrep. I'm here with a team. We are a team of 3 to see to that this exercise is successful for the good of each and every one of us. So I'll let my colleagues introduce themselves before we share so much. Thanks.
Hamjambo wote. Kwa majina naitwa Jen Laigong, afisa Wasrep.
Good morning again. My names are Emily Wanjiro Kamau. I work in advocacy and public education. Na hapo mbele mbele tutaongea zaidi. I will be back on stage.
Yeah, great. So without much ado, I think we'll start the session. So we are here also representing our CEO. May I share and extend his humble apologies for missing this forum. He holds this forum with high value, only that he has other major engagements. So may I extend his greetings as well as his apologies and his well wishes to that this exercise is very successful for the good of our utility, for the good of our users, and for the good of all stakeholders. Umekubali salamu zake? Excellent. So the fact that the key word here in this forum is consultation. Consultation. What does consultation mean? when you are invited to a consultative forum like this, it implies that each and everyone is highly valued. And that's a very, very important thing that we should have in our heart, in our minds, and our spirits. That here, the company, the utility alone, cannot make decisions unilaterally. It's here to see to it that the entire process is consultative and that everyone idea, everyone input is highly valued. So it's very important that we really see to it that we have that mindset as we engage. No one is superior than the other. No one is bigger than the other. We are all equals with a shared problem of addressing water problem among our people, and with shared solutions to address those problems, and with shared purpose to see to it that our utility grows, blooms, blossoms, become financially sustainable, so that it has a robust infrastructure to take care of itself, as well as commercial stability to achieve its desired vision and goal good of NAIVASHA people. So as we all know, WASREB is here as a regulator. And as much as we have that yardstick of coming up with laws, regulations, we really engage in a spirit of thought partnership. We really engage in a spirit of a shared understanding on how we see to it that we follow rules to ensure that our people have access to water affordably, accessibly, and as well as that water is clean and safe. So we have a barrage and quite a huge set of guidelines we have in place. I hope you are all aware. And the center of our mandate is to protect our consumers, to protect their rights. It's a universal right. And the center of our role is to protect our consumers. Of course, guiding and shepherding our utilities with that clear understanding that none of our consumers is left out in terms of accessing water. And that accessibility, that water should be also affordable. And it has to be safe and clean. So this forum today is situated that we clearly agree with all our stakeholders on the best rates of our tariff. As one of our colleagues have mentioned, that times have changed, markets have changed. Economically, we are affected by both internal and external factors. And so as things change, times change, and so many situations change, we also have to adapt to those changes so that we don't let our utilities to be vulnerable. We see to it that our utilities are also strong enough to withstand those changes so that they can adequately and properly and sustainably take care of the needs of our people in terms of giving water and sanitation services. So it's very important that we really open our minds, open our hearts, and see to it that we work as a team, one team, one family, with a shared purpose and a shared vision and a shared goal of seeing to that at the end of this session, at the end of this consultation forum, we have consulted as one team, we have consulted as one family, and we have delivered the desired outputs of seeing to that we have clearly understood one another, understood where we stand, understood the inputs of one another, valued the inputs of one another, to see to it that we have a well agreed upon tariffing and many other things that we want to work on together for this particular forum. So without really much ado, I think I will stop there I'm sure we'll engage as the sessions goes. Let me just brief for now. And may I see to it that we have a very well-engaging forum where each and every person here is highly valued, as well outlined and clearly outlined by the keyword of the forum. It's a consultative forum, and let it be so. Thank you so much, and most welcome, everyone.
Thank you, Eliud. I'll ask the team to put my presentation. So, karibuni sana. Kwa wale wameingia saa hii, karibuni tena. I hope mmekuja mkutano ya maji. You're in the right meeting. Welcome very much. My name is Emily Kamau, once again. And because we are supposed to discuss about the tariff, we can't discuss until we learn how the water sector works. Kwa hivyo tutawapatia mafunzo kidogo tu. I will try to mix English na Kiswahili. Na nitawaomba maswali tuyaweke. No, this is not mine. Mine is the other one. Maswali tuyaweke, baadaye kila mtu atapata nafasi ya kuuliza swali. But I know we all have a pen and paper. We can take our questions down. We can take notes. Masomo haiishi. Tutasoma leo, tutasoma kesho. And for those who have not attended the meeting, we can also teach them when we go back home. So I'll start. Please move to the next slide. Thank you. Presentation yangu nitajaribu kukua haraka, lakini pia nisipunguze masomo ambayo nitawapatia. I'll have about 10 slides, and I'll start by telling us what the law tells us. I'll move by giving us a status of where we are, tell us why we need to pay for tariffs, why we are here today, and then after this, then what happens. Nimeanza na hii map. Nakumbuka tukiwa shule, we used to be given the map of Kenya. All of us can draw it off head. Si ni ukweli? Hata ukifunga macho unaweza chora map ya Kenya. And it's red. It's red for a reason, telling us that where we are supposed to be. Tile tulikuwa wadogo, tulikuwa tunaambiwa maji, kila mtu atakuwa na maji by 2030. Tuko 2024. Isipokuwa hapa town, pale Geshagi ni watu wangapi? Geshagi in my language is village. Ni watu wangapi wako na maji ya mfereji nyumbani? Kule nyumbani kabisa. Sini kidogo. Wale tuko town tuko na bahati. So this red map shows us that 60% of Kenyans are covered with regulated services like yourselves. Meaning, when Naivasha comes to us, tunawaangalia vizuri sana. Tunawaangalia pia as what they're supplying, we give them a license, and the county also checks on them. Wewe kama Mkenya umelindwa vizuri sana. WASREB ni nani? Tunafanya nini? Usambazaji wa maji umepangwa vipi? I hope this is clear to all of you. Pale nyuma mnaona? Are you able to see? Is it clear enough? I think we can also use the screens on the side. In 2010, sisi wote tulikuwa na ID, nikiangalia. Wengi tulikuwa na ID. Tukapiga kura tukasema, we want the constitution to be passed. When the constitution passed, what happened? We got the 47 counties. Tuko kwa county gani? Nakuru County, good. And in the constitution it says that water service provision and sanitation, maji na majitaka, yote ni kazi ya county. County ndio inafaa kutupatia hizo services. Lakini ikasema kila Mkenya ana haki ya kupata maji safi, na pia ile majitaka ana haki itolewe kwa in a proper way, not just disposing it. So once it became a right, it means there are 47 counties, but each Kenyan, regardless of where you live, you have equal right. Whether I live in Nakuru, whether I live in Uasin Gishu, wherever I live, the constitution does not know we are equal. And that's where WASREB comes in, the slide at the very end. WASREB principal object is to protect the interests and the rights of consumers. Meaning, our work is now to work together with the county who is supposed to be supplying the water to ensure that everyone gets equal right, regardless of where you are. This table shows us how we are arranged. At the bottom, and the most important, is a consumer. Mfanyikazi wowote wa serikali anafanyia Mkenya kazi. Even us here. The Kenyan is the reason why we are here and the reason why we are working as we do. Maji iko na side ya resource. Tunajua Warma, the former Warma, now it's WRA. They take care of the resource and WASREB takes care of the service. I said our mandate is to protect the consumer. We are looking at the consumer. In everything that we do, the Kenyan is the most important, the consumer. These are all our functions. And in red, it says that a person shall not provide water services except under a license issued by the regulatory board. Anyone supplying you with water should have this license. If you're receiving water from anyone, kama unapata maji kwa mtu ambaye hana license, tuambie. Kwa sababu ni muhimu sana maji unayokunywa, especially hapa naambiwa maji iko na fluorine. Sasa kama maji ya Naivasha, sisi WASREB, we ensure that they are measuring it, we ensure the price, we ensure everything is okay. So anyone else supplying you with the water should have that. Even before I get here, this is a publication we have annually. We say there are 47 counties, there are 90-something companies, over 90. Na wote tunawaeka kwa kikapu moja, tunawapatia numbers. Tunaangalia how they are performing. We check how many people they are serving. How it's set up. For example, like Nakuru County, there are 3 water service providers. Kuna Nakuru, kuna Naivasha, kuna Nakuru Rural. County sets up the company, inakupatia area of service, inakugawia. Inakuambia utasupply maji kutoka hapa paka pale. Alafu ukipatiwa hiyo area of service, you come to WASREB. Then WASREB gives you a license. So we put them in this publication, and I want us to see how our company is performing in comparison to other companies, so that we know that we are doing well. That we need to support them, and we need to work with them to see what they are telling us today. License, 67% of the 90 wako na license, zenye ambazo ziko valid, who has in expire. They expire because you're given for a time limit. Hata license ya gari, ya business, in expire. Ndio uende ukiangalia kama unafuata zile mikakati serikali imeweka. Ya Naivasha, iko sawa. Tarriff, ndio tuko hapa sasa. Tumeanza process. Tuko kwa safari ya kwenda mahali. Tumeendelea lakini bado hatujafika. Water coverage, country 65 ile nilionyesha pale mapema. But Naivasha, ile area wamegawiwa in Nakuru County, wako 91. They are doing well. Naona green. You remember the traffic lights. Tukiwa shule, tulikuwa tunafunzwa. Ukiona red, simama. Yellow, una get ready. Unaangalia, ukiona gari, uvuke. Ukikosa gari, ukiona gari usimame. Ukikosa gari, uvuke. Green, you cross. So the colors also follow that. When you see what is red, something is bad. Something needs to be done, not it's bad. Something needs to be done. Siwa, 13%. Meaning, kwa ile area yote amepewa, only 13% of the customers are covered by Siwa. And I know when the MD comes in, they have a solution for that and he'll tell us about it. Drinking water, 99, maji yenyu iko sawa. Non-revenue water, 25, iko yellow. It can be green. Hours of supply, 24, meaning you're getting enough water consistently. I'll cross all those and go to operation and maintenance coverage. Zile pesa ambazo mnalipa, zinatosha, zinapita tu kidogo. Our target is 150. For you to be green, you have to be at 150. So they're at yellow. And we are hoping with this tariff, then they'll move to the green. Sawa, tumesema wako na kazi ya kusambaza maji, but hizo pesa watatoa wapi? As public entities, remember they are doing a public service. Kuna mahali 4 unaweza toa pesa. Ya kwanza ni ushuru. Ushuru tunajua, we live in this country. What is happening? Ushuru inatosha? Serikali inatuambia aje? Pesa haitoshi for the services that we want. Meaning sisi wote tukitoa ushuru ingie kwa ile kikapu moja, kuna ile ambayo haitoshi. Inafaa iende kwa shule, iende kwa barabara, iende mahali mingi. Na tukingojea ushuru ndio ituletee maji kwa nyumba yetu, then we might wait for very long because we are 50-something million Kenyans. 2, transfers. Tungoje the NGOs, the donors wakuja watusaidie. Lakini in 1963 we got independence and it says tunajisimamia. Wakitusaidia ni kutuongezea ile tuko nayo. Hatuwezi tegemea mtu wako Canada, Norway, ndio anakuja kujua vile mimi niko hapa Naivasha napata maji. Ya 3 sasa ni tariff. which is ile maji unakunywa ndo unalipia. Na hawalipishi maji, ni vile maji ndio tunaweza pima. Wanalipisha ile gharama ya kutoa maji kwa mto, kutoa maji from the borehole, from the ground, kuiosha, kukuletea hadi kwa mfereji. Wanachukua hizo gharama zote, wanagawa, wanakuambia ulipe fulani. Na hii ya mwisho, tunasema kuna consumers tofauti. When people were introducing themselves, tulisikia kuna businesses, kuna watu wako na manyumba wanatumia maji kupika, kufua. Sasa wale wako na biashara wanalipa bei ya juu kidogo. Kwa nini? Ndio waweze kusimamia yule anahitaji hiyo maji kutumia tu kwa nyumba. Na utaona ile taarifa kidisplay, wale ambao wanatumia maji mingi wanalipa zaidi. Wale ambao wanatumia maji kwa biashara wanalipa zaidi. Kwa shule pia wanasaidika kwa sababu shule you can't go to school if you don't have water. So the tariff for schools is also friendly. Pesa inahitajika kwa nini? Kitu ya kwanza ni kufikiria pesa unayolipa ni mshahara kwa kampuni. Wakiipata wanajipanga. Wanalipa wafanyikazi, wanaweka maji dawa, mkuja pale kwa ofisi mnapata kuna ofisi nzuri. Mnaona kama imebust wananunua pipes. Kwa hivyo lazima itoshe zile kazi wanataka kufanya. But I'll focus on the progressive realization of universal coverage, meaning maji ni rasilimali. It's a resource we have been given in trust for the future generations. Sisi tulipata maji, wazazi wetu walituwekea, na sisi pia tutapata watoto na watoto wetu watapata watoto, na lazima pia hao wapate maji. That is why we are trying to ensure everyone is getting regulated water. We know how much water we are getting from the ground, how we are treating it, so it's available for also future generations. So, WASREB, tunaingilia wapi kwa mambo ya bei ya maji? WASREB ndio inapeana license. Na ikikupatia license inakupatia majukumu, inakupatia kazi. Na kazi huwezi pewa bila resources za kufanyia hiyo kazi. That's where the tariff comes in. WASREB is the only body in the country which can recommend, evaluate water and sanitation tariffs to the water service providers. Meaning Naivasha Water, Nakuru Water, Kisumu, hawezi simama siku moja wabadilishe bei ya maji. Lazima wakuje kwetu, tukae tuongeleshane. Na hata kabla wakuje kwetu, lazima wapitie kwa county. County wapatie no objection, waambie sawa, tumewaelewa, enda muongee na WASREB. Kwa hivyo Mkenya amelindwa sana. Inaanza kwa board ambao umeona hapa. Natoka kwa board inaenda kwa county, inakuja kwa WASREB, alafu wananchi bado lazima waseme kama wanakubaliana na sisi kwa sababu sisi tunawafanyia kazi. Sawa. The pricing model. Zile bei, zile costs ambazo tunaweka ndio tupate ile bei ya maji ni gani? Kitu ya kwanza tunaangalia ni kazi ya kila siku, the direct costs. Stima, dawa, wafanyikazi, board, na hata sisi ndio tuweze kufanya kazi yetu. Kuna pesa kidogo wanatupatia. Ya pili, maintenance and repairs. They are using pipes, they are using equipment, and they get old and they need to be repaired. Ya tatu, kama kuna loan, wamechukua ili wafanye mradi. Ya nne, ni ile miradi watafanya wenyewe na pesa zetu. Na ya mwisho, it's a form of investment, but ni kurekebisha and replacing the old assets. Meaning, by the time we come up with a tariff, I would want to walk around, but naona nitawa block. By the time we come up with a tariff, tunakuwa tumeangalia vitu mingi sana. Wanakuja na list ya vitu mingi kwa sababu wewe ukiambiwa kama Mkenya ulipe ile bei unataka, utalipa pesa ngapi? Shilingi moja. Ukiambiwa ulipe bei yoyote unataka. Maybe ule ako pale nyuma anaweza niambia. Nimeona madama kuna kitambaa ya pink kwa kichwa. Utalipa shilingi ngapi? Ukiambiwa ulipe ile bei unataka. Yenye utaweza ama hata ukose. Si ndio? Wewe ni mzuri. Wewe ni mzuri. Alafu MD, if you are told to charge the price you want, how much will you charge? Charge anything. 500 hata 1,000. Si ndio? Sasa referee ni WASREB, hapo ndio tunaingilia. Tunajua Mkenya anahitaji maji na pia yeye anaweza taka sana sana apate kitu ambayo halipii. Na tunajua MD na kampuni yake wanaweza taka watu watulipishe 1,000,000. Kwa hivyo tunakuja hapo katikati. Tunaangalia wakituletea proposal, tunaangalia one by one. I think they'll testify to that. The process is very intensive, it takes long, and we are very, very keen on what they are proposing. There are 3 types of adjustment, which is why we are here today. And hopefully 5 years from now, again, we'll be here. There's a normal one. Life is changing. Ile wakikupatia bei ya leo after 5 years, maisha haitakuwa sawa. Inaenda ikibadilika. So baada ya miaka 3 ama miaka 5, tunapatana, tunazungumziana. Hiyo ndio ya kwanza, which is what we are doing today. It's a normal one. Ya pili ni automatic. After today, 1 year from now, because the price of electricity is changing, the price of diesel is changing, inabadilika tu kidogo. Kama ile ya stima. Tukiangalia bills zetu za stima, sisi zinabadilika per month. Wanasema dola imeenda juu, wanasema maji, wanatuambia vitu mingi. So hata hii yao, every year, after 12 months, they will again propose, and it will change, but very slightly. Shilingi 1, 2, 3, very slightly every year. Then after 5 years, ndio tutakuja kuongeleshana. Na si lazima bei ipande, sengine huwa inashuka, in case something changes. Alafu ya mwisho, ndio hiyo extraordinary. Kwa sababu unapatiwa tariff ya miaka 5, na unapatiwa mwaka wa kwanza. Things can change. So within the first 12 months, vitu zikibadilika, unarudi unasema, something changed. Nilikuwa na customer wanaishi mahali fulani, wote nyumba zao walihama ama zilibebwa na maji, na sasa hawanilipi ile pesa nilikuwa nataka, na nilikuwa nategemea pesa fulani. Tunafikiria. But that is very rare, and it's in very special circumstances. So the process, they first start with their board. The management sits, wanaangalia costs, wanaangalia how much is it costing to supply. Wanasema pengine vitu zimepanda sana, na ningetaka niongeze shilingi 2. Wanaenda kwa board, board inaangalia inasema sawa. Wanaenda kwa county, county nawaambia tumewaelewa. Rudini kwanza muongee tena, nini ingine mnaweza tuambia? Wakikubaliana na county, they now come to WASREB. And WASREB, our work is now to do the technical analysis. Tunaweka kwa computers, tunafanya analysis, tunaangalia ile information tuko nayo, tunamaliza, alafu tunajipata hapa leo. I know the MD will touch on this. Hii ni vile bei imepanda in the last 10 years, for example. I'll skip that. These are some of the stuff that wanatumia. Ukiangalia kitu kama, mimi si engineer. Ukiangalia kitu kama hii inaitwa solvent cement. In 2012 ilikuwa 180. Sahi, thank you. In 2012 it was 180, and now it's 750. Yo sluice valve 2012 ilikuwa 15,000. Sahi iko 35,000. Printing paper, hata sahi tumepatiwa program printed. Shule, wale wako na watoto shule, mnajua tunaitishwa makaratasi. Kuna wakati hiyo karatasi ilikuwa 300, 400. Sahi ule amenunua juzi amenunua pesa ngapi? Imepanda 800, hata karibu 1000. Ile dawa chlorine ilikuwa 8,000, now it's 25,000. Maisha imepanda, things are happening both internally and externally. The cost of living is changing. Na kwa sababu ile huduma haifai kupungua. MD hata acha kuweka chlorine kwa maji. Hakuna siku atawacha. Hata acha kutumia stima kusambaza maji. Hata wacha kuprint vitu kwa karatasi. Atapunguza, lakini kuna vitu lazima aweke kwa karatasi. Kwa hivyo kwa sababu maisha inabadilika, lazima nayo bei iende ikibadilika. This is where we are. We have done the technical part. Now we are coming to talk. Where are we talking? Whether we want to or not, the Constitution tells us, the Kenyan, anything that we do as government officers, we must discuss with the Kenyan. I think in the last 1 year, see wote tumeona venye nchi yetu imekuwa. We've been having participation for many things. We've also been having a lot of court cases telling us that was the Kenyan involved. And this is why we are here, making sure that we are giving power to devolution as it is. We are giving power to the mwananchi as the Constitution allows us. And we are hearing what they have to say. Sasa tumefanya mkutano wa leo. What next? If you hear the submissions today and you have something to say, tukiongea leo na usikie kuna kitu ambayo inaweza kuwa imekufurahisha sana ama haijakufurahisha ama unataka kutuma salamu, You can write to us. Writing, it has to be written. Why written? Because if we ever find ourselves somewhere and we have to give evidence that you gave your opinion, andika. Hata kama utachukua hii karatasi kwa hii kitabu, uandike jina yako, useme shida yako na usaini. Hiyo imetosha. Utuachie leo ama uache kwa kampuni. Then, baada ya, we have 30 days going on. I'll confirm when the 30 days close. Ikifunga, kuna committee kwa kule kwetu tunakaa, tunaangalia. Tunaangalia Wakenya wamesema nini, wamekubaliana na sisi, nini we really review it. And then, tukikubaliana, we publish it in the Kenya Gazette. Kenya Gazette tunaona hata holiday tulipewa Friday, that is the Kenya Gazette. Any decision made by government has to be printed there. Once it's printed there, it becomes a law. For you to remove it from there, you have to go to court. Then, tukisha print, the company will give you a 30-day notice. Either it will send you a bill, it will announce somewhere, telling you that the prices have changed, and then they will implement. LAFCC, led by the team that does monitoring, will come to ensure they are doing the right thing. What if umesema leo mkutano imeisha na hujafurahi na maoni yetu, unafanya nini? Ya kwanza ni kutuandikia. Hapo ndio unaanzia. Unaandika na kusema, we had this meeting, this is what I don't like, this is what I like. Then we'll give you a response. If you're not satisfied, kuna koti ya maji inaitwa Water Tribunal. Unaenda unatushtaki hapo, unasema, tuliongeleshana na Naivasha Water na Wasreb na hatukukubaliana na wanaweza kuwatatulia. Kama utatosheka bado na wao, kuna zile koti tumezisikia. Kuna High Court, Supreme Court, Court of Appeal. You can still go up to there. The Kenyan is very, very powerful. But even as we're exercising our power, we have to realize power comes with responsibility. That you have to understand what we are doing today. Na tutafanya masomo na tutaendelea na masomo. You have to internalize it, how it's going to affect you. You also have to know that once you're proposing something, kuna kitu ambayo utaachilia. Hauwezi pata kila kitu. Kusema utaki hii, kuna kitu itaanguka mahali. And then I end there. And I thank you so much for your attention. I thank you so much for your session. And mkiendelea kunipigia makofi, nitamkaribisha jamaa wa the MC who's supposed to invite the representative from Central Rift Valley. And Singchel, are you the one coming to the front? Fantastic. You'll invite me? Nipigieni makofi tena. Naona nimejaribu sana.
Asante sana Emily and the team from Wasrep. Naomba pia tuwapigie makofi mzuri. Kidogo. Ningetaka tuwapigie makofi moto. So tunahesabu 2 mara 2 na tuwape flowers. They are doing a good job, si ndio? Haya tuanze. Asanteni sana. So at this time I want to welcome someone from the Rift Valley, Central Rift Valley, to also give their remarks. Karibu sana.
Is it morning or afternoon? Still morning, eh? Amjambo washikadau wa NAIVASHA. Amjambo tena. Nitaomba kwanza msamaha kwa kufika nimechelewa kidogo. Kwa majina naitwa Carlos Cheluget. Mimi ndio manager msimamizi wa uhusiano mwema katika shirika la halmashauri ya maji ya Central Rift Valley Water Works Development Agency. So I'm here to represent my CEO. He is not within the country, so he has sent me on his behalf. He wished to be here. His name is CP Douglas Murray. He's our CEO at Central Rift Valley Waterworks. Equally, let me appreciate our MD, Wahome, and your team for inviting us for this tariff adjustment meeting, and of course to do the presentation on our side. As Central Rift Valley Waterworks, who we are, what's the relationship between us and the water company, and what's the relationship between us and the tariff adjustment. Where do we come in as a government agency responsible for implementation of water and sewerage projects in this region. So others, thank you so much. We can leave it at that. As I said, my name is Carlos Cheluget. I'll be doing a small presentation on the investment overview in water service provider area, that's NAIVASHA area, and of course status of some projects that we have implemented on their behalf. But before I get there, allow me to do a small background of where we are. Wacha nitumie Kiswahili na Kiingereza pamoja. Kwamba sisi ni nani katika mpangilio huu ambao tuko nao katika sekta ya maji, na tulianzia wapi na tukafika haje mali tulipo kwa sasa. Kwa hivyo nitajaribu kuharakisha kidogo. Mwaka wa 2002, kama mnakumbuka, waziri Martha Karua ndio alikuwa waziri wa maji wakati huo. Akaanzisha mikakati ya kubadilisha katiba sana sana inayosimamia maji nchini Kenya na kuleta act ambayo ilijulikana kama Water Act 2002. Yeye alikuwa ameangalia mbele, akasema kwamba itafika wakati tutaunda kampuni za maji ama halmashauri za maji ambao watu watakaa nyumbani na wasimamie maji yao wenyewe. Kabla ya hapo tulikuwa na shirika moja kubwa sana ambao bado lipo hadi sasa, inajulikana kama National Water. Watu ngoja National Water. Iliitwa National Water Pipeline and Conservation Company Limited, or Corporation, sorry, ambayo ilisimamia maji karibu Kenya mzima, na walikuwa na regional offices na sub-regional offices Kenya mzima. Mpangilio ambao kwa sasa unafanana sana ile wale wa WRA, ama ilikuwa inajulikana kitambo kama Warma. So baada ya hiyo act kukuja, ikapropose tuanzishe bodi za maji sehemu mbalimbali Kenya. Ikaonekana kwamba watu watumie basin ama drainage. Kama drainage yenu ni ya Rift Valley ambayo maji yenu yote yanakuja katika hizi lakes za Rift Valley, mkue mahali moja. Kama maji yenu yote inaenda mto wa Nzoia kuanzia Kitale, sehemu ya Marakwet kidogo, Bungoma, Busia, Kakamega, Vihiga, inaenda mto wa Nzoia, wasimamie bodi yao. Wale wa Sondu kuanzia hapa Kericho, sehemu fulani ya Narok, labda Transmara, Kisii, Nyamira, Migori, Homa Bay, wakakuwa na bodi yao. Wakaenda pande Nairobi, wakaona kuna mito mbili kubwa. Moja ni Athi, ingine ni Tana. Wakasema wale wote ambao maji yanaenda mto Athi wakuwe na bodi yao. Wale maji yanaenda mto Tana wakuwe na yao. Wale wote wa Northeastern kuelekea Wasonyiro wakuwe na mto wao. Wale wote ambao mpakana na Indian Ocean wakuwe na bodi yao hiyo sehemu. So tukaunda board 8 wakati huo. Serikali ikatoa board 8 kusimamia maji in terms of infrastructure and water service provision, working very closely with WASREB. But at one time, vile amesema wakati ya 2010, tukawacha kila mtu akachukua laini yake. So baada ya hapo, tukaanzisha Rift Valley Water Services Board, ikiwa ni moja kati ya zile 8. Na kazi yetu ilikuwa kusimamia maji katika county 7 wakati huo. County ya, ama ilikuwa district, ile major district before counties. District ile ilikuwa kubwa ya Turkana, district ya West Pokot, tukawacha Trans Nzoia, tukaingia sehemu ya Elgeyo Marakwet, tukawacha Uasin Gishu, tukakuja pande ya Baringo, tukakuja Nakuru, tukakuja Narok na Nyandarua. Laikipia ikabaki ile ya Northeastern, ambayo ilikuwa inaitwa Northern Water Services Board. Hapa pande ya kati kukakuwa na 2, kukakuwa na Tana na Athi. Athi ikabaki na Nairobi, Kiambu, Murang'a. Maji yao inaelekea Athi haraka sana. Wale wengine wakabaki Mount Kenya, Nyeri, part of Meru, wakabaki Tana. Headquarters yao ikakuwa Nyeri. Pande hii coast pia kukatokezea Coast Water Services Board, ambaye ikabaki na districts za Tana River, Lamu, Kilifi, Mombasa na Kwale. Au akabaki Mombasa kama Coast Water Services Board. Alafu Northeastern ama ikakuwa Northern yote kwa jumla ikabaki na karibu district kama 6 wakati huo. Wajir, Marsabit, Mandera, Isiolo and Garissa, I think. Tukabaki kama Services Board 8. Baada ya Ngili kuingia, akaona kuna districts hapa katikati karibu 3 ambaye haziko Pandei na haziko Pandei, haziko Tana na haziko Athi. So tukaanzisha another Water Service Board ambayo iliitwa Tana Athi, ambayo ilichukua district ya Makueni, Machakos na that one is Kitui. Yes, the three what are now counties now. Tukatoka 8 tukaenda 9. Kazi yetu wakati huo ilikuwa tunafanya kazi kwa karibu sana na water companies. And this is before even as we also work very closely with WASREP. WASREP tayari walikuwa shakuja kwa hiyo Water Act ya 2002. Tulikuwa tuna support WASREP kwa vitu mbili muhimu sana. Kwa water company, we used to conduct something called performance audits. Performance audits almost what WASREP is doing now in full after we are dropped from that kind of arrangement. Apart from performance audits, we were implementing something called corporate governance. Shida kubwa ambayo ilikuwa wakati huo ni constitution ya water company iko na board wangapi, inafuata masharti namna gani, kuona kwamba wanafikia hiyo lengo ya impact ambayo imeonyeshwa hapa hivi, malengo ya impact yote. Tukaendelea namna hiyo mpaka 2010 katiba ya Kenya mpya ikafika. Na wale waliounda katiba ya Kenya ama ambao walitoa maoni wakasema kama tutakuwa na devolved institutions, if there's one service that needs to be devolved, is the water service provision. So the national government can remain with the infrastructure development, but kazi ya kuwapatia maji iende kwa makaunti. So wakati ilipitishwa hivyo ikasemekana kwamba sasa Water Services Board have to relinquish the responsibility of supervising and maintaining and working with water companies in terms of water service provision. Can you kindly retain your infrastructure development so that water companies can be fully under counties? So before that, we used to own water companies, I think 49% as water service boards. And then the former county councils and municipal councils used to own almost 51%. But when the counties came, the water companies are now fully owned by the county governments. So we retain the water and sanitation infrastructure. So after 2010, we had to change our act. We could not continue with the Water Act 2002. So again, our leaders said, let's have a new act called the Water Act 2016. Now, 2016 is where now we had to allow WASREP to be fully in charge of the normal operations of the water companies, and then we retain the infrastructure development, both in sewerage and water. So when the Water Act came, we had to change our name from the Water Services Boards to now Water Works Development Agencies. So we are one of the institutions in this country that has the longest names. Because we dropped Water Service Board to become Rift Valley Water Works Development Agency. And our responsibility now changed. We are told to retain the infrastructure development in terms of both water and sewerage, and only support the water company when it's very necessary. And in some extent where you don't have the water companies existing, then we can assist until when a water company is established and be within the guidelines of WASREP. So in 2016, again, I hope you're enjoying this story. I'm a very good storyteller. So after 2016, now we became the Water Works Development Agency. And our mandate fully changed. And we are now asked that, and again, our area changed also, because there was a lot of adjustment. So when we became the Water Works Development Agency, we were asked to retain the water and sanitation infrastructure. But remember one thing, we don't sell services, which means we have no revenue. And if you have no revenue, and the revenue now is within the water companies and the county governments and of course regulated by WASREP, how do we get ourselves surviving? So we are fully funded by the exchequer, by the government of Kenya, to invest on its behalf. So how do we do the investment? We do the investment through government, of course, funding directly. Some can be through loans, and I'll be talking more about other partners that we work together to make sure that we invest on your behalf. And some can be through grants. As we speak nowadays, we are heading towards something called PPP. Public-private partnership. the way they are doing with the road networks nowadays. Possibly we are heading there in future. But so far we are dealing with the government with those three lines, either fully funded by GOK or a loan from an institution or a bank or a World Bank or ADB, and of course either from grants. We have some projects we get from grants, for grants, fully for grants. And I'm saying this because it will inform the decision why sometimes tariff adjustment has to make reference to how the project was funded. Sawa sawa. But before that, let me, I've been given a presentation here to run on what we have done so far within the area of service of NAIVASHA. And I know, maybe just in the next page. And I know that so in 2010, I think it was around 07, 08, I was still new in this sector. We had a loan from African Development Bank to undertake water sanitation improvement within this region. And we had a program called Rift Valley Water and Sanitation, Water Supply and Sanitation Program, RVWSSP. That program was supposed to improve water in major towns around this area. And the first beneficiary of that program was Nakuru town. And we did, if some of you know Nakuru very well, tulifanya project ya Olbanita, hiyo njia kwenda Solai. Tukachimba borehole karibu 9, tuka collect maji hapo, tukaweka treatment plant, tukaimwaga ikuje mji wa Nakuru, tuka improve treatment plant ya Mireroni, ambayo iko hapo milimani hapo juu, na ikaongeza masaa ya maji katika mji wa Nakuru from 8 hours to 18 hours supply. Around 09-2010, it became a game changer for Nakuru City, or what's nowadays Nakuru City. A very good program. Under the same, that's only one component. The other components were in 3 other towns, 3 or 4. One was NAIVASHA, is the one we did those boreholes towards dairy DTI. Yes, some boreholes there. We had tried power that time, Kenya Power, but became a challenge, and we actually came back now to improve the solar system. One was to do that water supply scheme to this town to improve water service in NAIVASHA town. We also went to Njoro town, did almost a similar program in Njoro town, Elbagon town, and Molo town under that program. It was funded by ADB, and I think it was around almost 1.8 billion, if I'm not very sure at that time, to improve water in this region. And again, we came here in 2010, just as we promoted the constitution. And you know, one thing with water is that when you inject water in a system, 25% will disappear, but 75% will come out as what? Will come out as what? Waste. So by around 2010, we realized that our system in the sewerage treatment plant in NAIVASHA had a problem, and we came to this to do some improvement to make sure that the capacity can increase in terms of treating sewer before it's discharged back to the lake. So if I give you some historical perspective, that's the one I can give for now, but the other ones I'll give in my own presentation. So as an agency, without taking so much time, that is our mission, our vision, our mandate. And we are, of course, these are 2 major divisions that we want to discuss here today, because urban water supply and rural water supply are 2 major divisions in our organization that work very closely with our water companies to make sure that we improve water service provision. But all in all, let me just, you'll forgive me, my presentation is not as classy as hers. I really, it was quite colorful. Eh? Let me try. I think it's because I asked engineers to develop them for me. And engineers have no much color. So the first one, what we are working on now is the NAIVASHA Industrial Park Water Supply project. This is for the Special Economic Zone at the IC, sometimes we call it ICD. That is the cost. We intend to serve 8,200 people. The project is actually complete and handed over to NAIVASHA, Water and Company Limited. But now we are awaiting investment to go on, because the government plan is that let's provide all factors of production. By the time those business want to set up the industrial park, will have done with that. Those that is Naivasha East, and actually we improved this 6 high-yielding boreholes that were drilled within Delamere just next year, and improved, and it went all the way to Naivasha. Naivasha Industrial Park. We have this one, the Kinamba Kayole Water Supply Project, consultant service for the preparation of environmental, social, and impact assessment is going on, of course, and the RAPS design. This is in Biashara Ward. We can't have the project now because of the work the consultants work is still going on. But status is that the preparation of the Asia RAP and review of design has been done. Documents of for Kinamba Kayole Supply complete, and project under the program of we have a new program called NUWSS that we expect to be funded by African Development Bank. But let me remain there for a minute, because for the last 4 years we have been implementing a program called Kenya Towns Sustainable Water Supply Program. Kenya Towns was equally funded by ADB or FDB, but we are targeting new towns, relatively smaller towns in this country that have become county headquarters, and they have no water supply. Some have water supply, but they have no sewerage. So in that program, Naivasha did not benefit, considering that you had benefited earlier in 09 on the Rift Valley one. So the Kenya Towns is almost getting complete. We are implementing for a cluster. When I say cluster, we are implementing now for our sister agency in Kisumu, sister agency in Kakamega, and our new sister agency in Eldoret. The one we split now to become central, because we left the north part of Turkana, West Pokot, part of Wasingishu, and Elgeyo Marakwet to the North Rift Waterworks Development Agency. We retain this part of south and central. That's in Nakuru, Baringo, Laikipia, Nyandarua, and Narok. So on the first one, that is precursor of this NUWSS, was the Kenya Towns. Kenya Towns were implementing projects in 23 counties at a cost of almost 15 billion shillings. We are almost coming to a conclusion. I think the last one that's remaining in that program now is almost Bomet Mulot, that has some contractual issues a little bit. But projects like Narok Sewerage are complete. Malaba, Kipchogot in Trans-Nzoia for our organization called Lake Victoria North. So this is a new one now. Then it's called National Urban Water Supply and Sanitation, NUWSS. This is a program that we expect will fund and support the Kinamba Kayole Water Supply Project. Maimayu Water Supply and Storage Project in Nakuru County, still under concept point, and the scope of work is to include, I know most of us also come from Maimayu here, project feasibility studies and engineering design, construction of intake, construction of raw water pipeline, and construction of water treatment plant. Possibly, as the MD will be presenting, we'll also highlight these are more futuristic projects that we expect, if we undertake, will also increase the area of coverage for NAIVASHA. Let me go a little bit behind to this. This project for industrial park has a corridor. It has a corridor. You know where that place is? Quite far from here, right? But because this water comes from NAIVASHA area, and it should be managed by NAIVASHA area. So by essence, this program will increase the area of service or coverage for NAIVASHA, because now they'll follow the old corridor all the way to the industrial park. So in essence, all the customers who will be setting up factories and industries in NIP will be by essence the customers of NAIVASHA. So in other areas, it will increase their coverage, of course, increase their revenue. And that's why I had gone back a little bit to just tell you, even in Kayole, it will be the same story. Even in Maimayu, it will be the same story, especially for these big projects. So that costs around 2.5. We don't have the population now. We are still doing studies, and we can't tell you the status currently. Equipping and civil work for Kanjogo Primary. These are now small programs that we undertake for boreholes, equipping, construction of water kiosk, some fuel distribution in communities to make sure that we serve more people. This is complete and operational. It is in Hellsgate. Project costs around 4.6 million to serve around 2,300 people. Mushiringiri, this is a spelling mistake. Mushiringiri, borehole, another one that's complete and operational. Of course, that very soon I think to be handed over to NAIVASHA. Drilling and test pumping, installation and pumping systems, solar equipment, construction of water kiosk with a 10,000 liters plastic tank, and of course kettle trough. These programs sometimes support communities very well, especially in far-flung areas from highly developed areas. Communities actually, we also need to assist them and hand over to them. Currently, I've been in the discussion with Wahome about a small community called Satellite between the NIP and here, that we are trying to give them more water from the same pipeline for NIP. And by essence, by extension, that becomes the area of service for NAIVASHA. Another major project for now is the Longonot tank drainage works. I know somebody might ask why. Our major tank for the NAIVASHA Industrial Park is at Longonot, if you have driven along that Mai Road. And we've had challenges of late because of the soil there is very loose and irrigation is very high, erosion is very high. So we've realized we're actually endangering the status of that tank. Kenya Power also are done some pipelines just, it's barely, actually it's very interesting because it's barely 220 meters. But you can see the cost is around 4 million shillings. It's almost more than constructing a tarmac. It's because we need to really, really protect that tank at the Longonot so to continue getting that water all the way to the NIP and people around that place. So we are waiting for KPLC to assist us in relocation of power lines. We prepare that place properly and we protect that major tank at Longonot. Any other? Maybe future investments and areas of collaboration with the county governments and our water company. Expanding water supply infrastructure to underserved communities. That's our plan, as our strategic plan. And we are in discussion with the water companies to identify those areas. Strengthen interagency collaboration and governance to enhance service delivery. Apart from development of water and sanitation infrastructure, we also undertake some other capacity building needs for water company. One of them that is a critical issue to us and all of us ni mambo ya non-revenue water. Maji ambayo ishatengenezwa, ishakuwa tayari, imeingizwa kwa mabomba, lakini uko mwisho maji haipatikani. Inapotelewa hapa katikati hapa. Either through vandalism, either through old infrastructure, either through theft. Somebody has an illegal connection. So we are trying to do a lot with the water company to identify those areas. Other issues, of course, are more on operational issues, possibly staffing issues, governance issues, billing system. If they require software for the billing system to assist us the billing and collect more revenue, we also work with them very closely. Ensure environmental sustainability by adopting climate-smart water management strategies. I know when you hear environmental sustainability, of course, all of us will think about trees and growing of trees and conservation of our catchment. But also, by extent, we are moving away from power supplied water scheme to solarize. Because it's quite expensive to maintain this power and the people are going green. So we want to also ensure that these strategies can also work for a water company. Partnering with the county governments to rehabilitate existing water supply and sanitation in areas where we can do it together. We'll also work with our county governments to look at the needs of our water companies and see how much we can also assist them. Of course, and many more that are coming, and we want to appreciate our water company for NAIVASHA. Wahome and your CMT, you have been very close to us and working very closely with us. And of course, the county governments through the CEC and the CEO to ensure that we work together. Minor repairs, what we consider as more operational. I think I came in when she was mentioning them. All those small pictures that you're seeing here of the valves and everything. Those minor ones, we leave it at the water company. But if it's major repair, then we are required to come back. Now, the relationship between our mandates and the tariff. Uhusiano iko wapi kama sisi kama agency ya serikali ambayo tunafanya kazi ya sewage and water. I know she has really elaborated very well the relationship within why we are here, and sometimes I said earlier we don't collect revenue, but sometimes we get funding. But it's a cost recovery model. It is good for nyinyi washikadau ama stakeholders mjue hizi project ni gani, inafanywa na Rift Valley. pesa imetoka wapi, pesa italipwa namna gani kama ni loan, because these loans actually stretch for a very long time. These are loans that you also try to negotiate in a way that the repayment is equal an impact sana kwa water companies. Because if the repayment period is very short, then which means you have to pay faster and quicker, and that one will automatically drop up to your bill. So the reason we are here is just to indicate to you that if the programs that you're undertaking for NAIVASHA and how it will possibly affect your tariff as you continue to do the normal regular tariff adjustment, the automatic tariff adjustment, and the extraordinary if in case it's supposed to be there. Conclusions and call for action, collaboration with the stakeholders, you, the community, the county governments, the private sector, and of course support for sustainable tariff review. We call for sustainable tariff reviews to ensure long-term water service delivery. I don't think I have much. Allow me to end there for now. I hope I've opened some few eyes regarding the relationship between us and how the water service gets to your home, and our responsibility, the responsibility, of course, of WASREP, the responsibility of the water company, and let's work together this journey. Our call has been, let's conserve the little we have, let's reduce the non-revenue water. I know as we sit here today, kuna mtu tu mahali, anajua mtu fulani, ambaye ako na maji, ambaye si halali, si ndio? I know in one way or another. And we've really tried with WASREP. We had a program called, what do you call that program again, to reduce non-revenue through calling out for people who possibly are vandalizing the program or actually have illegal connections. WASREP has taken up nowadays properly. Please, tusaidiane, tuchungile maji iko. As she said earlier, najua tukiuliza bei ya maji ikuwe ngapi, hata mimi yuko kwangu Kabarak nitasema nipewe free. Lakini MD akiulizwa aweke shilingi ngapi, amesema hata akiwezekana ataweka 1000 shillings per liter. But let's agree and let's move forward. Sawa sawa. Thank you so much and God bless you.
Asante sana for that. Let's give him also a cool clap for that cool presentation. I want us to use the same method. We clap 2, and we give also flowers for him. So tuanze 1, 2. Now give you flowers. Thank you very much for the support you've been giving us as a development agency. So now I think we are going on well. I've seen we've received some visitors wenye wamekuja. Sijui wakisimama tu tuwaone kwa face, or they can say their names. Wenye wameingia kama tushafanya introduction, simameni tu tuwaone. Sawa. So thank you very much. Tunaweza kaa chini sasa, tumewaona. We'll still give you time to introduce yourself, tukiendelea. For now, because of time, I want to welcome our MD, who is coming to do a presentation, also on the same tariff process from NAIVASHA Water. Karibu sana MD.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know I had stood here before, and I want to be quick because of time. And then I know we'll also have plenary. We'll also give some of us time. I know I recognize the presence of our ACC and other stakeholders. So we'll be able to give you an opportunity to say hi after the presentations. I'll just go direct to the presentation on tariff. So I'll try to be quick because some of the things we had prepared have been presented by WASREP and also by Central Rift Valley Water Works Development Agency. So I'll jump a few things, but my hope is that we'll be able to understand, and then later, after all these presentations, I think we'll get an opportunity, as we had been guided, to ask questions. NAIVASHA, it was incorporated in 2005. That's when it was formed, and currently, as already has been mentioned, it's wholly owned by the county government of Nakuru. Our mandate is basically to provide water and sanitation services to the entire Naivasha sub-county. However, we still have a few neighbors, like Gilgil. There are a few people we are supplying water who reside in Gilgil. Currently, we are licensed and regulated by WASREB. We have 7 board members who represent different stakeholder groups. They had introduced themselves. 5 representing local stakeholder groups, and then we have 2 who represent the county government. Thank you. Over the last 5 years, we have had a vision and mission. Currently, we're working on another strategic plan. So, but this is the vision that has been leading us, that is to realize reliable, sufficient, high-quality water and sanitation services accessible within reasonable distance. And again, also, we were guided by a mission. WASREB had gone through this, but I still want to mention a few things about our performance over the years. This is now from 2019 up to 2022, 2023. If you look at some of these KPIs, like drinking water quality, at least you'll see there is an improvement. In terms of NRW, we've tried to reduce NRW. In 2019, our NRW was 31%. We've tried to manage it. Currently, we are at around 25%. Water coverage, we were at 87, then we went to 94%. Then we dropped to 89%, and I wanted to explain this. This is because initially, we were only supplying water within the former Naivasha municipality. But in 2021, our license mandate was enlarged. Now we were supposed to, and currently we are supposed to supply water to the entire Naivasha sub-county. So this means that now we started providing water to people we were not providing before, especially Mahio, Longonot, and those areas. So that is why the water coverage percentage went down because of the population increase. But again, we have been trying to increase coverage with time. Hours of supply has also been increasing. Staff productivity has been reducing. Initially, we were around 12. This means that we are improving efficiency. Again, also revenue collection efficiency. Then we have our personnel, and then O&M coverage ratio. There are also other KPIs that I think also are important. Although we wanted to start from 2019, if you look at 2019, our connections, we had about 5,000 connections. That means we were categorized as medium company. Before then, in 2017, 2018, we were a small utility. But in around 5 years, we've been able to move from being a small utility to medium utility. And currently, because of the number of connections, we are a large utility. That means that we're trying to expand and get more customers, as you can see. Currently, we have about 13,433 customers. Even the amount of water we are producing has also been increasing over time. We wanted to also talk about mobility because of how the company has been. In 2019, we only had 1 motorbike, 1 vehicle. And we had challenges in attending some of the issues we were having. But currently, at least we have several vehicles and at least 23 motorbikes. We have also tried to invest in solarization so that we can be able to reduce costs of power, and again also to improve reliability, because sometimes Kenya Power, we might experience a blackout anytime. So most of our sites, 80% of our sites currently are solarized. Unfortunately, even though we've been able to solarize, because of the amount of power we need, we're not able to store that power. So that means at night, if you're affected by KPOC, then you'll not be able to produce. And those are some of the challenges that I think we give Margaret a chance to just mention a few. some of the successes that we've been able to witness, especially during the current tariff period from 2021 to 2024, is that we've been able to expand our sewer network. In Kayole, we were able to lay a sewer network, again also Kabati and CCCR. Some of these projects were supported by the county government, but again also we have other partners like WhatsApp who came in and the utility. We are also able to expand our water infrastructure, especially in Hell's Gate, Longonot, Maimahio, and also Ihedu, and also we've been doing several extensions within the existing supply area. We have also been working with different partners such as WhatsApp, county government, Washfin, Finnish Inc. There's Water for Life. These are some of the donors who have funded various projects, as I had mentioned. Some of the challenges we faced within that particular period is that the costs of power, and I think there's a slide that you're going to see, the cost of power has really increased. Again, also costs of abstraction has also been going up, and inflation. I know Asreb had mentioned something on inflation. It has also increased. And then if you look at our tariff, because we have different bands, most of the major consumers, they pay more so that they can subsidize the small consumers. However, within that particular period, we lost some of the major consumers, and therefore, some of the targets we had, we were not able to achieve them. This is what I was saying. If you look at our operating costs, our major operating cost is staff costs, representing 43% of our expenditure. Again, power costs has also is also quite a cost for us, and it represents about 38% of our expenditure. That means whatever we receive from customers, that 8% goes to pay power. Then we also have the other costs like repair, maintenance, finance costs. We'll also be able to explain further on the effect of a power cost. However, if you look at this, if you look at this line, power cost, if you look at this line, the way power cost has been increasing over time. Initially, and you're going to see, when this current tariff was being approved, the average cost of power was approximately 20 shillings per kilowatt hour. This year, in January, the cost of power had gone up to around 36 shillings per kilowatt hour. So that means that is 80% increment within a period of 3 years. So those are some of the things that have been affecting us, and I think this is clear. This is what we wanted to also explain. If you look at the power costs here, I want you to compare two different tariffs. The tariff 2022-2024, that is how the assumptions we had made when that tariff was being approved. Tariff 2024-29, that is the current situation as of now. So if you look at the costs, don't look at the average tariff first. We look at the costs. The major costs for us is power costs. At that particular time, we had assumed, and it was true, that power cost at the time was 20 shillings per kilowatt hour. But now this has moved from 20 shillings to 32 shillings per kilowatt hour. WRA charges have moved from 0.5 shillings per meter cubic to 2.5 shillings per meter cubic. Staff cost has also increased because of various regulatory changes. Maintenance cost has also been increasing because of inflation. Again, also administrative cost. That one has, at least we've managed to reduce it. Then there's finance costs. And again, also there's the expansion cost. So the expansion cost is money that we used to expand in new areas. So if you look at now the average tariff, when we were approving this current tariff, we were supposed to have an average tariff of 85 shillings, but the costs is around 101 shillings. This has now moved from 101 shillings to 136 shillings. So that means that with the current situation, we are not able to meet the 136 shillings per meter cubic with the average tariff that currently we have of 85 shillings. Therefore, we really need to look at the tariff so that we can be able to provide services. On the tariff review, I know WASREB had looked at this process, and currently we are at a public consultation process. Then why are we reviewing this tariff? We had mentioned that a lot of things have changed. This year, we have seen our costs have gone up, and as much as I know, when in 2022-2023, cost recovery ratio was around 108. This year, it has gone down. Actually, it's slightly below 100%, and the reason is the changes in costs. So therefore, there is need for us to look at the tariff. Again, we had mentioned the inflation and rising costs. There is also regulatory compliance, service expansion. If you look at the way we are in NAIVASHA, there are so many areas that we've not been able to reach. Maimahio, we were able to reach within this particular period. Longonot, we were able to rail lines within this particular period. So we still have other areas like Kenamba, like Godi, Maela, that we still need to go and reach and do our expansion activities. So we also need to invest more on sewer, and we will be looking at a few projects that we'll be doing within this particular tariff period. But those are some of the things that we're looking at, and we really need to invest in these things using the tariff. Implication on non-cost reflective tariff. If we do not have non-cost reflective tariff, like the situation we are right now, this means that the company will be affected, will not be stable financially. Again, will not be able to provide good services, because sometimes we need financial resources for us to be able to address some of the challenges we are facing. Again, it might also affect operational efficiencies. It might also bring or make it difficult for us to attract partners. And again, also it might lead to regulatory non-compliance. Similarly, if you look at the customers, if at all we do not have a non-cost reflective tariff, we'll not be able to provide better services. We'll also have slow or no infrastructure expansion, unless now we rely on other partners. Again, also, we will have high long-term costs. For instance, if our systems get dilapidated and we don't have money or resources to do replacement, that means that at the end of it all, then we'll need to invest more money for us to be able to replace the entire system. Then again, we'll stagnate in terms of innovation. The other thing also I want to look at is now the proposed tariff that we are proposing today. If you look at this, we have different categories of customers. We have the residential customers. We have commercial, government, and other institutions. We have also MDUs. We have water kiosks and public schools. So the tariff that we are proposing today is that if you consume water between 1 and 6 meter cubic, you'll be paying 110 shillings per unit. If you now go to the other bar, that is 7 to 20 shillings, you'll be paying 120 shillings per meter cubic. This is now for the residential customers. Now, if you look at the costs of bringing water to your homestead, as you had seen, it is more than 120, almost actually 130 shillings per meter cubic. For you to get that 1 meter cubic of water, then as a company, we'll spend 130 shillings. So for us to be able to do that, then this is the tariff that we are proposing. So that now the lower customers will be subsidized by the people who are consuming more. So if you consume more, then you'll be helping the poor customers and the small customers to be able to pay. But the major thing is to make sure that the company is sustainable, that we're able to continue providing the services that we're supposed to provide, and we are going to improve on the service delivery. The other things that again have been included in this tariff is sanitation fees. This has not changed. We have retained the way we charge sewer services, and we normally charge 75% of the volume of the water that you have consumed. So if you have your own metered source, then again, we'll assume 75% of that water has gone to sewer. However, if you do not have a metered source, per household or per unit, you are supposed to pay 350 shillings. Then, because again of the low sanitation coverage, we have been trying to work with WASREB to see how we can be able to improve this sanitation coverage. And there is an introduction of sanitation levy that is 5% of the water bill. Now, this will help us to improve services in sanitation, especially in the low-income areas, and again also in all the areas that we're providing these services. So therefore, one of the things that is being introduced within this particular tariff is the sanitation levy, that is 5% of the water bill. Again, we are trying to increase the cost of water. It is also good to compare how the market is. If you look at the entire country, look at other utilities, how are they charging? I don't want to stay much on this, but if you look at the way the other utilities within the company are charging, within the country are charging, you'll see still NAIVASHA, sorry, this is not 60, it's supposed to be 110 for NAIVASHA. But if you look at how other utilities are charging, we are still within. Some of the utilities either have gravity system, other have a hybrid system, both gravity and they do pumping. But if you now compare the gravity system and the pumping systems, and you look at how much NAIVASHA is charging, then we are within the market rates. These are some of the things that we want to do if this tariff is approved. If today we agree that we are going to approve this tariff, we will work on several things. One is to make sure that we have we sustain 24-hour supply. How are we going to do this? We want to increase our sources, because one of the challenges we've realized we have is, especially in areas like Maimahiu, we have challenges with sources, and we need to improve or increase our sources. Again, we need to increase on storage capacity, because what happens is that with solar, we can only pump with solar during the day. If we don't store that water, then it means that we have to revert back to grid at night for us to be able to supply water for 24 hours. So one of the things that we want to do within this particular period is to work on our water systems, and we improve on the sources that we have, and again also we improve on the storage capacity for the company. Again, we want to look at the drinking water quality. There are several things that I'll be mentioning, especially on what we want to do to make sure that we improve on the quality of water, especially on fluoride levels. And we also desire to expand water and sewer services to some of the areas where we've not been able to reach, especially Kinamba, Karate area, there is Gondi area, and Maela. So those are some of the areas that we still need to do some projects. Again, we also know that Kayore, we've not been able to comprehensively serve that area. So these are some of the things that, again, we'll be doing in connection to what I've said. In terms of water quality, there are some people we are working together with so that we can be able to improve the quality of water. One of the challenges that we had mentioned earlier, there's somebody who said this, that we have a challenge with fluoride levels in most of our boreholes. However, we've been able to identify some aquifers that have good quality water. This is in area near Daramea and DTI. You'll find the fluoride levels there is around between 1.2 to around 1.8. 1.8 is slightly higher than WHO recommended levels. However, for the areas where we still have challenges with fluoride, then it means that we'll want to invest in defluoridation units. These are some of the things that we're doing. Together with county government, we are setting up some defloration units in 2 areas. That is in one of our tanks in Porisrain and another one near Kehoto. So those are 2 projects that will be able to help us to reduce fluoride. Again, we want to partner with UNESCO because we are working on a project that can help us reduce fluoride in a cost-effective way. So they want to do a pilot, which we will be doing hopefully by next year. Within that particular pilot, then we'll be able to know whether we can be able to roll out that project in most of our production sites. The other thing we want to do, especially for people in Kamere and DCK area, is to also deal with the issue of manganese. And we've been able to do a pilot, a small pilot within that particular site. And we've realized we can be able to treat manganese through a filtration process. And therefore, these are some of the things, if this tariff goes through, we'll be able to roll out. In terms of water supply, we have a few PPP projects that are on the way. And hopefully, if this PPP project goes through, we'll be able to increase water supply in the industrial park area. Again, we need to, and this is where we are now calling upon Central Rift Valley to come and assist in expansion of wastewater treatment plant together with the sewer reticulation system, because in NAIVASHA, the current sewer reticulation system that we are using was done in 1970s. We have not been able to expand so much. We've done a few lines, yes, but the treatment plant and the main trunks were done in 1970s, but we now need to renew that so that we can be able to improve our service delivery. The other thing that we'll be doing is also look at the reticulation systems. I had mentioned Kinamba, then also there is Governor and Maela. Those are the few remaining areas that we also want to invest in. Some of the things now that we've been able to include in the tariff, so this means that these projects have to be done within this particular period. That is between 2025 and 2029 if this tariff goes through. One is sewer expansion in Lakeview. We want to do sewer expansion in Lakeview, again CCCR and Hopewell. So those are some of the 3 areas that we want to look at. In terms of water, we have plans to do a reticulation system in Karati, Governor, and Godi areas, and hopefully we'll be able to reach over 20,000 beneficiaries. We also want to improve our operational efficiency, and with the plans that we have, we'll be able to reduce our NRW to below 23%. We want to sustain 24-hour supply in all zones, and especially including Maimahio. The reason I'm mentioning Maimahio is because there are several projects that the county has done, and some of them I know they have been complete. And we want to add more sources so that we can be able to continue supplying water for 24 hours. Lastly, we also want now to improve water quality standards. So these are some of the things that we want to promise that if this tariff goes through, we are going to look at those things. But before I sit down, I wanted to invite Margaret to just mention a few things. I don't think you need to present, but I think you can just mention a few things regarding some of the operational issues. I think it's important we highlight them.
So, good afternoon once again. My name is Margaret, for those who just joined us. And I'm head of distribution and sales. And ideally, this is the customer-facing department within the utility. In addition to what the MD has cited, I know that over the last period of 1 year, we've been experiencing some challenges with regards to access, especially to water supply. And as MD has highlighted, one of the challenges that we've really experienced is power supply interruption. And for those that are not aware, is that NAIVASHA Water relies 100% on groundwater sources, which means in one way or another that we need power or energy to be able to deliver this water to the last consumer. But part of what has been hindering this has been the massive interruptions that you've had. As you've heard, our sources are in Delamere, others are in the Dairy Training Institute. And what happens is that once there's a power blackout, we can only be able to resort back to solar during the day, and if the weather allows. And at night, that means there'll be downtime. And a downtime by an hour or two at the production site does not necessarily mean that the customer will only experience it for an hour or two. It means that it could even double or triple at the consumer point. Now, to be able to mitigate this, one of the things that we've tried to do is interconnect zones to multiple sources of water, such that if you're having, for example, Maimahiu being affected by the yield at Gadhima, you have an alternative that is coming all the way from Delamere through interconnection of the NIP line. So we've seen some of the customers transition from not only getting the source that they were accustomed to, but right now for customers in Maimahiu, we are also able to serve them through the ICD project, as had been earlier highlighted. One of the things that we're also trying to do is to store part of this energy, that is in terms of water. But in order to do this, we need to increase the sizes of our reservoir so that even when we experience downtime at night, the solar that we were able to utilize during the day is able to also supply, because the reservoir is sufficient to meet your demand at night. It's also important to note that the rising cost of goods has an effect towards beating some of the expectations. And this means that you may experience downtime or prolonged period within which you're going to receive, say, you had applied for addition of service, or that is in the onboarding process. You've seen, I think there's something that has not been highlighted there, but 3-4 years ago, the cost of a meter was 3,600. Right now, we are looking at a meter costing about 5,500, which in turn, we are still using the same tariff that was supposed to purchase a meter at 3,600. So some of these things are things that ideally affect you directly or indirectly. So it's really important that you have an understanding of that. But I think the MD has highlighted more of that in his presentation. So I beg to end there, MD. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I know we've not touched on a few, on some areas, but I believe with the questions during plenary, we'll be able to cover anything that you'd wish us to do that, to cover. So this juncture, I want to return the mic to Wasreb so that we can now go to the other part of the program.
Thank you. The MD has done a good job. He has explained to us, he has presented his case to us. And as we started earlier, we said, you take notes so that you ask your questions, because today is your day. Leo ni harusi ya wananchi, ndio wanatuelezea what is happening. They also give us their feedback. And where the company is doing well, also give them their flowers. So we want to open the floor for plenary. Maybe we stand up a bit. Kuna wale wameanza kulala. Tumeketi sana. We just stand up. Si wote tusimame tu kidogo for a few minutes. And we stretch. Stretch too. I will not tell you how to stretch. You can say hi to your neighbor. You can stretch and drink some water as we proceed to the next session. Sawa, asanteni, tunaweza kaa. So, as we discussed earlier, we are minuting this session. Everything you say is very important. And as you get the microphone, unasema jina yako, unasema umetoka wapi, ama unasema unasimamia customers wagani, alafu unasema swali yako. Sio ni sawa? Jina, shida yako, ama kile unachotaka kusema, alafu where you come from. Please don't forget to do that. And I'll request someone to help me with the mic. And also you can help me with this plenary. My co-MC, niko kwako. You'll assist me with the plenary session, please.
Sasa, tuko pamoja.
We'll pick 3 questions of 4. Tunajibu alafu tunachukua zingine. Asante. Mawazo, maoni, anything you want to say can be said. Good. There's a gentleman at the corner. Anyone else? We pick 4. Wapili. Akina mama msiniangushe. I think from this side we can have anyone else, so we have 4 questions and then we answer them at once.
Great, thank you. I mentioned my name is Harry, working with water and sanitation for the urban poor. My question is to WASREB, specifically on, if you look at the coverage for Naivasha, for sewer, I know it's 13%. There's what you have, the MD has mentioned about what they're trying to do with the levy. But we also have what we call small-scale service providers. And also similarly for water, we also have people who are, the people who are unserved by Naivasha Water are being served by other service providers. How do you see this being an enabler to accelerate service provision for the utility? From the point of regulation, pricing, quality, and all those things, because I think Naivasha is expanding, and if you look at the infrastructure setup, the town is growing in pockets. So ultimately, you'll see some pockets will not be directly served by the utility. So just to hear from you, that's now for water. But again, for sanitation, we have sanitation service providers. We have exhaust operators that supplement what the utility is doing. How can we make it more of a formal service provision so that, because I know that's where the country is going, how do we make it more of a formal service provision that is working under the umbrella of the utility? But apart from that, I think the utility has done well, and I would commend Naivasha Water for the progress. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a gentleman just next to you. Amesimama nyuma yako. He had raised his hand.
Yeah. My name's Peter Dhuku. I'm a resident of CCR. I have a very simple question about the fines or penalties you penalize people with the debts. Because that one, sometimes you are charging an unrealistic 1,000. If I have a balance 250, by midnight, if I have not paid, I just get an immediate notice. You have been penalized 1,000 for just a balance of 250 shillings. Is it realistic? Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Peter. There's a lady behind you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ruth Ndongo, representing Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. That's the private sector. But I would want to ask a question in regard to, just topping up to what he has said, on 2 areas. One, the people who have suffered getting bills and they have not been getting water, and so they opted to go the direction of rainwater harvesting. And someone mentioned that they are charged. I don't know whether it's sewer or something like that. I'll need clarification on that. And the other one is on, first the rainwater harvesting. Are they getting bills because they are not using your water and they are using rainwater? As I remember the other one, I also want to comment that the way the billings have been coming is very friendly. So we no longer pay the charges of water you've not used. So thank you very much.
Tujibu hiyo kwanza mkiendelea kujipanga. Okay, MD, I think you'll start. Then we'll add. There is a first question. We'll handle that one as WASREB. The one for the penalties, maybe you could clarify. And then the bills for the rainwater harvesting, so that from your answer we can also know if we need to add or subtract.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so Margaret will also come. She wants to answer the second one. On the issue of penalty, in our tariff, there is a 1,000 shillings penalty for disconnection. So normally, when you, if you look, and I think it has been retained, because if you don't pay on time, then you're due for disconnection. Then you will be penalized 1,000 shillings. So actually, our urge is that people to try and pay on time so that we can avoid this. And we try to give all of us sufficient time, and I know we also try to give notice. For every customer, we try to send 2 messages before the 14th day, and then you're supposed to, once you receive your bill, you're supposed to have paid within the 14th day. So what we are trying to encourage people is we pay on time, so that we are also able to continue with the operations. Margaret, you want to answer that one, or you can just come.
I think if I got you right, this is a question with regards to persons that are still connected to both water and sewer, but that particular month they chose not to consume water and used their harvested source. Now, one of the things is that ultimately this water is still getting into our sewer system. So what the tariff provides for is that in the event a customer has not consumed from your source, that sewer is ideally charged average of the last 3 months of their sewer billing. So yes, because indeed they have channeled this secondary source that you're talking about, which is now rainwater harvested into the sewer, which is a cost again to the utility, because we will receive it at the treatment works and we'll need to also treat it. Yeah.
I want to add on to respond to Peter's question. It's very valid. If I'm supposed to pay my bill by today, and by midnight I have not paid, what that tariff envisions is that the utility should come and physically disconnect me to charge that 1,000. So you have to give the customer some time. You have to remind them, and when you physically disconnect them, then you charge the 1,000. So it's something to discuss. I know it was also an issue with Nairobi. Maybe discuss how they resolve that, because it was bringing, what he had raised is very valid, because sometimes my bill is 200, then you penalize me the 1,000, then again now I am not getting supply. It brings more issues. So for the front-facing departments, please discuss that, and also benchmark with other utilities for what they are doing. For the rainwater harvesting, for you to be charged for sewer, you must be connected to that sewer network. So if you're connected to the sewer network, even if you're not using their water, you have to pay for the sewer service. Remember, we discussed and said, you're not paying for the quantum of waste. You are paying for the service of removing the dirty water from your home to the sewer plant. So what the WSP, because they are not able to measure the water with their meter, they come and estimate. Again, that one WSP maybe liaise and agree with the customer on the measure, but at least 75% of that water they estimate at the tariff. So kulipa ni lazima, as long as you're connected to their network. For the question from Harry, for the SSPs, I know you're aware we were mapping the small-scale service providers. In our strategic plan, we have been asked to ensure we also measure the supplementary providers, the small community water groups, because they're actually serving a role. So in the 91% coverage that we mentioned, we're including the ones that we know of. But we know there are more of them that are there. And in our plan in these 5 years, we are collecting data, the mapping, collecting how much they're serving, So we're able to say as a country, because even if you're not getting water from Naivasha Water, you're getting water from somewhere. We just need to know where, so that we're able to tell, and I wish the county, or the county is represented. So we're able to tell, yes, you're getting water from the local, a small group, a women's group, a youth group, but is it clean? How much are you paying for it? So that we just guide and support the supplementary providers to also get financing to make their systems more resilient. For sanitation, again, for the exhausters, that's an ongoing discussion. The exhausters are supposed to be registered by both NEMA and the water service provider. The water service provider should have a database knowing the exhausters operating in their area of service. So with that database and linking, then we can work together. Again, I know it's a gap. They know also Elliot, because he's in charge of monitoring, can add on that. Then we pick the next questions.
Thank you so much, Emily, and thank you, our colleague, for asking that question. Because normally, in the lineage or in the chain of service provision, somehow the SSPs, get lost somewhere. And I think that's why you really came up with that question, because we really want to see that the small-scale service providers are quite recognized, they're appreciated, and they're also regulated. I'm not sure whether you are conversant with the regulations to do with small-scale service providers. You are conversant with that? You have the guidelines from our website? Excellent. Now, I think it's at the center of our plans that we all know that WASREB, has been tasked or mandated to report to Kenyans how the water sector is doing using or through our WSPs. And beside that, in the next impact report, we are considering ensuring that we have a proper database, a robust database for all our small-scale service providers. It's in the plan. The exercise has begun. I'm very sure that also Naivasha Water has received an email to that effect, seeking the data capture of various KPIs. And in the process, along the process of our action plan, we also have our WSPs, our small-scale service providers included in that. So at some point, we'll reach out to them as well. In the process of mapping, as my colleague has just said, because until we map them out, we can't really, effectively give them the guidelines and the support that they deserve. So that one is in plan. We will consider the small-scale providers within the service area of provision of our WSPs, and also outside, because there are also those ones who are outside. So the first focus will be the small-scale service providers who are within the jurisdiction or service area of service provision of our WSPs. And then now later on, we'll now bring on board those ones now who are outside the service area of service provision of our WSPs or utilities. And then we will see now how do we work as WASREB together with our utilities to support the small-scale service providers, so that we are all in the same page and shared purpose of service water and services. Water service and sanitation service provision. Thank you.
Thank you. Maswali mengine. There's a lady, her hand is up. There's a gentleman. Let me pick 4 before you ask. There's a gentleman. Kuna mwingine ako pale nyuma. The third one. One last one in this round. And there's another lady.
Good afternoon once again. My name remains to be Josephine Mahinda. And as I said, I'm representing one of the vulnerable groups, that is PWDs, because I work for an organization that supports that. My concerns, some of my concerns have been answered earlier, but maybe just to ask. Number one, talking of the small-scale service providers, maybe I personally do not understand what the certification process is like, because you told us that WASREB regulates the provision of water services. So we do not know what exactly the certification process is, and probably that is why some of the small scale are not captured, because we know these are some of the things that keep people off. And maybe sorry to say that those who are affected more or get water from the small scale service providers are PWDs. Why? Because of access. One of the issues is access. We know that maybe we cannot be able to have water at our doorsteps instantly. It is a process. We have been told we are at a certain percentage in NAIVASHA. It will take time before everybody gets water in their households. So if we have, for example, the water kiosks, are they accessible to everyone? If they are not, it means I'll ask for water from a vendor. Where this water comes from, I'm not even sure. But because I have no choice, I'll be forced to use the water. And most of the people affected by that are persons with disability. Number two, the MD talked of if the new tariffs are approved, then there will be efforts to ensure that issues of the manganese is taken care of. Currently, I don't know what you people are doing, because those of us who know, manganese has some effects on issues to do with disability. I hope we know that. And truly speaking, looking at the cases of, bone breakages in NAIVASHA is quite high. I would relate this to the manganese in our water, and especially when it affects somebody from a tender age, then it makes your bones very weak. Not to mention the fluoride issue in NAIVASHA. So I don't know whether currently there is much that is being done, especially because of the manganese. But moving forward, maybe we should have proper plans to ensure that this is actually treated. And maybe the last one, when we harvest water from the rain, because probably we are not connected, or we do not want to pay the bills, or we cannot afford, who ensures that this rainwater is also safe? I don't know. Because we know there are deposits. We collect water from the rooftops. Who regulates and ensures that the water we are taking, harvested from rain, is safe? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Esther Simon. I reside here I'm neighboring NAIVASCO, right opposite the road. My first point is to recommend the NAIVASCO staffs for making sure we get water. I also reside in Narok, and there we go sometimes 3 or 4 weeks without water, of which we have not experienced here. So congratulations and thank you very much, the staffs around here. The other point, I just want to talk on behalf of NAIVASHA residents in town. There is a smell around the bank which shows it's about something to do with the sewage. There are hotels there, there are staffs working in the banks. So I think there is something you can do about that. It disturbs me when I go around that area. And some of you also have experienced that. I don't think it is something beyond your ability to rectify that. The other point, I'm talking on behalf of your customers. There was a time we had a problem with your staffs around here. As I say the good things, I also say about the bad things, of which I was a victim through my son. There were staffs who used to collect money around this place, and after you realized that there was theft, I was to be penalized and pay that amount, and you set your staffs who collected the money free. I paid the money, but I was not satisfied with your solution. Because that person I did not meet that person, even though my son went away, but I asked him and he told me the names. After I brought the names to the office, I was told that man was sacked. So you have to pay for that money. I paid. Was it fair? Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Absalom, and I represent the professionals. I have 2 or 3 issues that I wanted to raise. First, I want to support the process actually to enhance the tariffs, because I know the cost of living has also gone up. Number 2, and this one I want to direct it to Carlos. I hope he's still around. Yeah. Madam has raised the issue of some bad smell, and I think even Josephine also mentioned something to do with that. And if I remember so well, when the sewer works or the sewer treatment plant was constructed, the target was to serve around 50,000 or so. And currently, we all know the numbers. So for me, I think it's long overdue for expansion. So it is my plea that Carlos and your team, in the programs that you've just mentioned, please consider expanding our sewer treatment plant, because that is what is causing that smell, Mama. Yeah. So if we can be, I don't know whether the aerators are fully operational, MD, all of them, the 4 of them. Okay. Number 2, I also want to, something that also I think Josephine mentioned, the rating for water supply, you gave us the figures up around 91% or so, if I remember. And up to, at this age, I always wonder why we still have water being supplied by donkeys in this town. This is a municipality. I don't know why we still have donkey carts right in the middle of the town. Kindly, this issue has to be addressed. And number 2, the issue of safety of that water. I don't know at what percentage is the fluoride levels. I happen also to be served by community water project, and I'm within the municipality, MD, and I know you know this. I still have issues with the fluoride levels with the water I'm supplied with. And I don't know who is supposed to regulate, whether it's WASREP, and if it's WASREP, kindly, I would like you guys to address that issue. And then maybe lastly, the issue, then I think that will be favorable to me.
So in a public consultation, if you have an interest or you don't have an interest, I know the guidelines, he needed to have made a full disclosure. He used to work for this WSP, then he went to another agency and still continue to support this company. I'm very happy about that. So on the issue of small-scale water providers, WASLEB, we are giving half the answer. The answer would be that as per the guidance, it is actually the duty of a water service provider company to register all the small-scale water providers. And I have justification to say this, because the last year I attended a meeting, a joint review meeting at Tutali Hotel, which was actually what was convened between WASREB and UNICEF. It had participation from 4 water companies: NAIVASHA Water, Nakuru Water, Nakuru main Nakuru Water Company. Then there's a Homa Bay. So, and the top facilitator was actually your current CEO. I don't need to mention his name. So the question from Harry would be very automatic, that for any small-scale water provider within NAIVASHA, I think maybe after the end of this meeting or tomorrow, he or she is supposed to go to the MD's office and get a registration or a certification to undertake that. So as on the aspect of actually, majorly on the aspect of water quality. Nasema mtu wote ambaye ako na ile lori ya kubeba maji, na ile roli ya kuchukua maji, ile maji ingine, na kama una borehole, sheria inasema kwamba ujiandikishe na kampuni. So in this particular case, it is actually the WSPs to register that. So you never answered that one, and I was seated here. Harry has come back. That is on that line. So I go to issue number 2. To the MD, you gave a tabulation of your percentages. You said that you, out of your annual revenues, you have 43% going for staff salaries, which I have no objection. Then the 38 is actually on power. And as you confirm, you want to move from Kenya Power. I hope they are represented here. Then we adopt the solarization model. That one I agree. But I would want you to give me a percentage on what is for water, what actually you are pulling back to improve the water infrastructure here in NAIVASHA. So from 100% total, 43 goes to staff salary, I have no objection. 38% goes to Kenya Power. This one we can reduce. But then, what is the percentage that you pull back to improve the water infrastructure within this area? That one is very clear. For Central Rift Valley Waterworks Development Agency, I have a concern on multiplicity of water and sanitation projects. So maybe the focus would be on project prioritization and then project sustainability. You talked about multi-billion. Umesema kuna mradi inafanya huko Industrial Park, kuna mradi ya Kihoto, kuna mradi ya Maimahio. So my concern is tufanye hii miradi yote pamoja ama tufanye mradi moja tukamilishe kamili na wananchi waweze kupata huduma. That's my concern. Having multiple water and sanitation projects being implemented at the same time, I have a concern. When I'm just about to finish, I would say, like Absalom, I came to support this Tarriff review. The other time I was also invited for a meeting on license. So when you support the license for NAIVASHA Water, I have no reason maybe to object this tariff. But what is very touching to me, it's on the category on, or maybe the focus, the company, the WSP focus on water provision for the underserved and poor. So MD, what you give us water consumption between, I don't know, 1 to 6 cubic meters. The figure you put is actually 110 shillings. And going by the current trend in terms of inflation, now standard of living, I think I find this to be a bit fair, reasonable, fair to our people, especially in your focus to reach to those who are underserved and maybe the poor people within maybe Kihoto. I should make quote maybe Kihoto. Then for the underserved is Maimahio and Mayala. So I was taking notes as actually you are presenting. Lastly, WASREB this to you. You know your key performance indicators. I want to tackle non-revenue for this WSP because from 2014 to 2019, the percentage was 31. Then 2019 to the current you manage to reduce this by 6, then you are now at 25%. In these now, the next 5 years, the figure you are giving us is 23%. So you're gonna reduce by 2%. MD, I'm humbly requesting that you consider, you amend your presentation through the collaborative effort of everybody here and those who are not here. I believe you can be able to do what? 18%. WASREB, I was able to attend your impact event on 20th of June. So this company is actually due for a better recognition in actually what they have been doing. They have a consistency of actually wanting to serve these people. And maybe in the last 5 years, you can see there's a lot of actually development in terms of new building coming up. This is a credit. MD, you should actually give this as a credit. That's actually an achievement you've done in the last 5 years. On the junction going to Nakuru, there are new buildings coming up. And of course, there's no building without maybe the use of water. So in future, maybe you give a presentation that also you highlight what are your achievements. For the officer representing the Nakuru County, I have a serious problem in terms of transfer of projects. Mr. Waero. From 2013 to 2017, we did about 50 boreholes. And when we have the next county government regime taking over, most of those boreholes collapsed. So when you want to transfer a project to Mr. Wahome, and this project is actually not sustainable, and even the costing of that project, the technical capacity is actually in doubt. You, as the department which is actually mandated to run the water affairs in Nakuru County, sometimes you are doing us a disservice. If it's actually a problem of personnel, because last time you hired 8 water engineers, I know, would want that any project that is actually transferred from the county government to a water company is actually a project that can be able to serve for the purpose, and our people can be able to get service in terms of maybe the use of public money. So I have an issue, WASLEB, I don't have a serious problem with you. I have a question to Carlos, and maybe tell me what percentage would you want to pull back to improve the infrastructure? These are not very bad questions anyway. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we can answer those ones. And thank you, Dan. As always, having an activist and having someone who's concerned about the water governance is highly appreciated. I'll start with Josephine's question, the one for the small-scale service providers. We have also been, the body of knowledge has been added. The WSP is supposed to have a register, but the WSP is owned by the county. It's the role of the county to ensure anyone providing water services is monitored and is observed. Once that register is there, it's supposed to be shared now with WASREB. So it's not a certification process per se, it's more of registration. Once we have registered you, then now we can guide the small-scale service provider. Ataangalia maji yake aje, how will they store, how will they treat, how will they price. Once we have the register, we can start from there. The one for the water harvesting, the Constitution tells us the role of even housing, like county development is under the county. Development, housing, all those codes are under the county. So ideally, the county is supposed to come up with a policy to ensure the water that is collected, it tells you that when you're building a house, then you can harvest the water. Once you harvest the water, then the county again should come in to tell you that this water that you're harvesting, this is the quality. It's more of a small-scale service provider, because once you collect the water, again, you're using it for drinking. And once you're using it for drinking, then it becomes a human rights issue. So ideally is to check. I know Nairobi County is moving a motion to have a bill to tell people how, one, to collect, harvest, and then the policy will also say how the county will support people who are harvesting water to check the quality. And thank you for your work with the persons living with disabilities and for raising their issues in this forum. There were recommendations for the penalty that will be taken into consideration. It has been minuted. The one for the NAIVASHA residents, I think the MD or someone from the WSP can answer that, about the smell that is coming from the banking area, and all the concerns raised by Dan, mainly on the WSP. I think also that the MD can answer, or someone from the WSP. As they get ready, Eliud probably could add on the small-scale service providers if you have any additional comments.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And I really, we want to recognize and appreciate, our brother for, those weighty remarks. This is now the spirit of participation, and I think this is what's expected from every citizen. And I think this candid and honest engagement are the one now to propel our utility to the greatest heights. To begin with, I'm really, touched by the way he's been very keen on the performance of the utility on non-revenue water. And it's also good for everyone to know that our utility is not doing badly off. You can see that the trajectory is doing so well. And I think now it's up to the owners of the utility to see to that now they can reach 18. Because I think from the presentation we've seen, these are a utility with a very high potential. It deserves awards like every other utility. I think we all know that during the impact launch, we reward our utilities. We have 94 of them. And those ones who are doing so well are awarded, are recognized. And I think NAIVASHA Water is qualified, meets that threshold. And so it has high potential. But now what does that mean? It cannot work on isolation. It needs support from each and every stakeholder. Besides just constructively criticizing it, I think we all need to support them. With open minds, with no malice, and with ensuring that we all support them to see that they succeed in every endeavor. To begin with, I think it's very important that we acknowledge that a utility is not just a mere entity. It has a vision which is well outlined, which has been well outlined by the MD, and the shoulder of that vision rests on his shoulders, but he cannot deliver it alone. He has a board that is supposed to support him. He has a senior management team, and he has all kind of serious professionals working under each and every head of department. And they have their processes and activities that are supposed to support them towards those visions. But then now, each and every member here is a stakeholder. And so what does that mean? We all need to see to it that we work hand in hand, we work together with the utility towards that desired vision. We should not just meet in forums like this and start talking. Let this kind of stakeholder engagement be a continuous process. I think the part of the requirement of our utilities, which is well enshrined in the guidelines, is to have a robust engagement of stakeholders. It's my hope that the website have that opportunity for them to engage, and also within the offices, there are personnel and avenues through which the stakeholders, the community can engage them. So let this be a continuous process to see that we support and we guide our utilities towards now achieving the desired vision that they desire. When talk of small scale, I think I have that's something that can't be overemphasized. I think I've made it very clear to my colleague who asked the first question, that it's also at the center of WASREP that small scale service providers really are the core. and also vendors are not left out. And it's my hope that all of us can go to our website and see the guidelines are very clear, and it's also my hope that the utility, the management staff, ensuring that they really utilize those guidelines, and not just on occasions. Let them be operational tools. They are day-to-day. It's like your pen and a paper, your pen and a book. Let those guidelines be part and parcel of your tool of work as service providers. Because that way, most of the questions that are being asked there can really be taken care of. We have very good, robust guidelines on how we engage, how we satisfy our small-scale service providers. We have robust guidelines on how we guide our vendors. You can even download them and see that we share them. And so I think it's also very important that the MD and the senior management ensuring that they are on top of things to see to it that the staff that are reporting to them are fully also on course and on top of things, ensuring to see to it that they work hand in hand with the well-articulated guidelines, which are quite available, that are supposed to address quite a number of questions our stakeholders or our community is raising. Thank you.
MD, the question for the smell around the bank.
Okay, thank you. Maybe also before I lose trail of what you've said, I just want to ask a question for the customers. If you are our customer, are you in one of our WhatsApp groups? Because I know you have WhatsApp group. Are you a customer and you're not in one of the zonal WhatsApp groups? Hauko? Kuna mwingine? Okay. So I think we'll make sure, because we've already circulated a link for a WhatsApp group that you're supposed to join, so that we can be able to give you communication from the company, and also in case there is anything you can communicate to us. We'll just make sure that we will send those links, because we sent them to the number that is registered in our systems. But if you don't get, you can still contact us so that we can resend that link. TM, you can answer a question and then answer the others. Yes.
Thank you, MD. I want to respond to a question asked by Josephine on what are we doing around issues of fluoride and manganese for water supply in Naivasha. So what we do today is we do defluoridation and chlorination. Those are the only water treatment processes that Naivasha Water is doing at the moment. And the reason for that is all our water is coming from ground. It's borehole water. So in the line on manganese, we have a big challenge in one borehole around DCK. So what we are doing is we are currently in the presentation that MD did, he said that there are pilot testing that we are doing. So there's a project that we are doing, but it's a pilot.
I'll also be assisted by Carlos to answer this question. But I also want to appreciate what Absaron had said, that one of the challenges we're having is the sewer system, because the sewer treatment plant that was done in 1970s was done just next to the banks. And normally when we're doing a sewer treatment plant, we're also supposed to have a buffer zone. We plant trees. And I know there was a time we participated in an activity of planting trees together with the Department of Environment. If we are able to have those trees, unfortunately there's an issue of land, because the land that is next to the sewer treatment plant does not belong to us. So we might not be able to go and plant trees. However, and this is one of the requests that we are now taking to Central Rift, is that we believe for us to be able to serve Naivasha town in a better way, we'll need another location for a sewer treatment plant that can be able to serve the entire town. The current sewer treatment plant cannot even serve Kehoto because of elevation issues. But I believe there is a land we can be able to get, and if we get that land and resources to invest, then we can be able to do a new sewer treatment plant together with a new reticulation system. What we're trying to do is to make sure, again, we also improve, and I want to appreciate the county government of Nakuru. Her Excellency has given us a project, and we're doing a project from Toto to our sewer treatment plant to help us also deal with the issue of blockage along that line that is next to the banks. So there is a project that is being done by the county government currently, and hopefully by January we'll be through with the project. So that means that once that project is done, then we'll have reduced some of these issues. However, ultimately, I think, Carlos, you are getting our requests, and hopefully you will support us in that. On employees collecting money, I'm really sorry for that. We are trying to come up with various ways of ensuring that we also protect our customers. One, and we've been saying that you're not supposed to give money to any staff. And I think it's good we also remind ourselves that. All our systems are cashless, so no employee is supposed to receive money. You're not supposed to send to their M-Pesa, but you can now send to the company's M-Pesa. We have a pay bill number. So one of the things I really want to request you, all of us, is to make sure we do not give any employee money. When employees come to either deal with any issue that is affecting us, they are facilitated by the company. So you should not be forced to do anything. We're also now trying to still engage with employees. But our prayer is that let's also make sure we protect ourselves as customers. And in case there is anything, we also trying to make sure, I think in some of messages, there are some numbers we normally send, so that in case of anything, you can also clarify with either one of us, or even through the WhatsApp. We're able to handle some of the issues through WhatsApp group or through our normal channels. So my encouragement is that let's not at all give cash to any person. But we are really sorry for that. On what Absalom had raised, I think some of it will be answered by Carol. Then reconnection fee, I remind Wasre, maybe they can also answer whether it's possible to have a percentage of the bill. Morogo, you asked about power. What percentage are we investing? And I would say this, if you look at the current tariff that hopefully we want to do away with so that we can get a new one, we have about 1% that goes to financing costs. We have 15% that goes to O&M. This 1% that goes to financing costs is basically a loan that we had taken that we are paying back. What we did, for instance, any people in Kayole and Hell's Gate, that is a loan that we took. The water that you get is because we took a loan from one of the commercial banks, and which we've been paying. And these are some of the things that we're able to do as a company. However, with the new tariff, we are hoping, and if you look at the way the new tariff is, there is a bigger chunk of, or a percentage that is supposed to go now to projects. There is a list of the projects that we've shown here. those projects are supposed to be financed by the tariff. So that means if this tariff goes through, then there is a good percentage that we are going to use to do capital projects that will ensure we improve on the services. I think, yeah, on NRW, it is possible. It is possible to reduce our NRW up to 18%. We still need to continue investing systems. Sorry, one of the major causes of NRW is the physical losses, especially within Lakeview, part of Lower Lakeview and CBD, where we have very old dilapidated network. So in those areas, we'll need to replace the network. That means that we'll require more resources to do that. Once we've done that, and again, once we continue with the activity that we are doing, I believe it is possible to reduce our NRW to 18%. So we are on the way, and I want to believe that very soon we will be below 20%. So I think that's all. So, Carlos.
Thank you so much. Let me try to respond to a number of issues, but before I even start, I really wish to appreciate Madam Josephine's comments and discourse, and I wish to speak now not only from Central Rift Valley, but from as a normal citizen of this country. The other day I visited my friend who was building a house in somewhere in Nakuru town. And he was doing this kind of Tekra roofing. The one that has something like sand connected to the metal part with something like tar. And I asked him a question about what will happen with this roof catchment, because the place he was building seems not to have any water supply ready to connect. And he told me that this is natural occurring elements in terms of that sand, and it has no effect whatsoever if you consume that water. So I went further and asked him, what about the element connecting that sand kind of material with the metal? And he could not answer. It's because most of us, as we construct our homes and also prepare to do roof catchment, we don't ask ourselves those critical questions. And that's why Madam Josephine was asking, who is in charge of roof catchment in this country? Who is that regulating it and giving us certification, if there's any, to know if we can collect our roof water or not, and if we can, for how long? So when you raise that issue, Madam Josephine, it just kept my mind boggling for a long time and say, yes, I think it's high time. And I think you mentioned something about Nakuru City, Nairobi City government establishing a law within the county governments to regulate and monitor roof catchment, because as we get challenges with the normal water supply system, we advise our customers and our citizens by extent to try the roof catchment. But who is regulating it? So when you are speaking, I thought about the Ministry of Works and the guys under construction, and I said, is it high time we incorporate the issue of roof catchment into the construction regulation, so that upon completing your house, somebody can inspect it and certify it for use, and you even possibly get a license for that. And if you get a license, the question is, for how long are you allowed to do roof catchment depending on your roof? Is it 5 years, 10 years? And possibly after 15 years, your license expires because the effects of that iron sheet possibly go further to you. Absolutely. So I think it's high time we have this kind of discussion and possibly see, as a county government of Nakuru and other county governments, to develop laws to protect our people from long-term effect of what we think is very safe as roof catchment, yet the effects come 10 years, 15 years later. As in water sector, and you are very right to come and ask that question here, because that's a question all of us in the water sector are being asked. I met a person who asked me about this product one time and asked me who regulates bottled water. How safe are bottled water? That person was shocked to realize that actually the regulation of bottled water is not even within the water sector. This is fully commercialized. It's almost like soda. And I'm not in charge. But somebody will always feel like, I need to ask that question in a forum like this, because how safe is this bottled water that we have? But to some extent, it belongs to another sector. So let me leave that, but I want to appreciate you so much for those thoughts. Very important. Those are discussions we need to have as a country and look at the best way forward. You have mentioned something small about manganese effect, and I think our TM has tried to respond that possibly it is only one borehole among other boreholes within our NAIVASHA water coverage. But also let me just expand and possibly agree with my MD Wahome that as an agency, a development agency, we have the biggest challenge, because I think 100% of our water source within this water company are underground. And if they're underground, what is the relationship between that water source and the issue of effects of fluoride and manganese? So as an agency, we need to try and develop service water to see how we can complement and possibly blend with the groundwater. So I want to agree with the challenge and a long-term solution. I think the TM has said we are piloting a program to see how to treat. Some few years ago, we had a defluoridation unit actually undertaken by WASOP in Karagita slum. We also installed a defluoridation unit for Mirera Primary School some few years ago. I hope it's still working because of the effects of fluoride within this region, especially within NAIVASHA town. And the effects is quite serious. So what are you doing in terms of piloting short-term solution and possibly long-term solution? So the long-term solution, possibly the form of water, either surface water or groundwater, will be very important. So let's pick that discussion as we continue, and I really want to appreciate. Yes, I think Wahome has really tried to answer the issue of sewer system. By all means, how close it is to the town when it was developed. I think we did some few years, some little improvement, but of course the town is expanding again. Land within the current water sewerage plant, the issue of the proximity of our treatment plant to the ever expanding NAIVASHA. Those are challenges that we go through every day. And as we propose and we develop new design for another sewer system for this town, we of course need to look into that very seriously. So my good friend who had asked the issue of sewer in terms of smell, I hope it is not a maintenance issue or an operation issue. That will be fully under the water company. But if it's an investment issue, of course, we are looking into it. Of course, we are looking into it to have a long-term solution in terms of how to have a second phase of our sewer treatment plant within NAIVASHA to accommodate us. So please bear with us. Also consider the issue of dietary allocations. We also have a lot of challenge. I think you all live in Kenya. Sometimes you want to allocate and push. And of course, budgetary-wise, we are being asked to wait. The designs are ready. Or we're also looking for money for the designs alone and the preparation of the documents. But you're still holding on a little bit. But let me encourage the issue of what the MD said in terms of operation, the issue of stakeholder engagement. And he asked a question, how many of us are within our WhatsApp groups of either zonals or regions for the water company? So that some of these things can be ventilated and articulated at the same time within our water WhatsApp groups. So let's work into that, but I can't give you an answer now, my friend, but we are working into it. We'll have a discussion with the water company to fast track the development of another sewer plant or a proper improvement of what is there currently. So allow me to leave it at that, and we have noted that seriously. My good friend Murugu has raised a number of issues, and actually his main concern was why run multiple water and sanitation projects? What if we can have only one that can serve everybody. Let me say this is a question of strategic leadership. And even before I say that, the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, provision of water is actually a basic right. It's within the Bill of Rights. And somebody can even be taken to court for not providing 1 inch water. But there's always a rider on that, as long as you show the plans. So when you develop these designs and do these tender documents, and of course you are still waiting for funding, what is very important for any mwananchi is to know where I'm seated. I know I could not be having water now, but what is the government doing to make sure that I get that commodity in the nearest time or future possible? So that is the reason possibly why we pick a lot of proposals to develop and look into it, how viable and how sustainable any project it is. That's why any project proposal from any community cannot be thrown in the dustbin. It is our responsibility to look at it in terms of viability and sustainability, and of course resource mobilization. And then we start working into it. So possibly you'll forgive us for that when I gave my presentation, actually when you speak, I kept on going through my presentation again. Because when we are preparing this presentation, I asked the engineers not to expound too much. Let's have an overview of this area of service. And that one that came out very strongly is NIP, the NAIVASHA Industrial Park, vis-a-vis rural projects. And somebody might ask, why are we investing heavily in NAIVASHA Industrial Park? Water service is a question of is a balancing act on issue of sustainability. You look at a region that has ability to pay so that they can support another region. So when you say you want to develop for NIP, we know why. When those guys come and fully settle there and do the industries there and the factories there, in one way or another, it will support somebody in a low-income area. In terms of sustainability of the water company, sustainability of the revenue, you see, they are all in almost under one roof. Even for the water company to connect them, it's much easier compared to some of us where we are. So let me say this, Murugu, is that sometimes we do it strategically. Look at the smaller project vis-a-vis major projects, and how will the major projects support the smaller projects, and how are the smaller projects supporting the major projects? So that we put all this together in a kind of a mapping and see how we are improving in terms of coverage. So your question is very good, but sometimes understand that you have to balance so many things, up to including resource, and up to including revenue collection, and up to including operational costs of these water supply schemes. So let me leave it for that, but maybe there's a question you asked me about percentage of the pullback. Maybe there's a discussion we can have later. How much, what percentage do we look at? But I said earlier in my presentation, we are fully funded by the exchequer. Of course, any money that comes from those investments go through your bills and back to the national government. And the national government, again, fund us for further investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We want to pick two last questions. There's a hand already up. There are two hands that are up. 3. One last one. Mkutano, you had already asked. Let me give another lady a chance. We intend to end at 2 o'clock, latest 2:30, because this session is guided by law. So it's already 10 minutes to 2. So if the gentlemen, the people who have raised their hand, if you can ask your question, just one critical or 2 maximum. So 1, 2, the lady 3, 4. Anyone on this side? Then we'll close with those ones. And then after they're done, MD, you can take over the session and introduce the guests that you had mentioned. And then we'll hand back to Eliud to close the meeting for us.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Karanja, MCA NAIVASHA East. One of the things that I have heard since I sat here, you told us that this is the public engagement. I'm happy that the consumers of water are also academicians. That the language of talking is in English. And also you are using a lot of jargons. Now I have been wondering, To what percentage are we getting what you are talking about? Because I thought it is an academic venture. Because for any public participation, you must make sure that the language that the people use is not for the purposes of a thesis or an academic adventure. It is for the purpose and consumption of wale watu ambao wameketi wapi. Now you must make sure that watu, ndiposa nilikuwa nauliza na nimejiuliza hapa, kwani maji ni ya wasomi? Kwa sasa nina shida wengine, nikaangalia hivi nikaona ya kwamba hiyo ni jambo moja pengine. And you know, the only thing that you can do to block people from public participation is to use jargons. So people watakuwa wanatigiza tu kichwa kwa sababu amesikia ya kwamba sijui nani revenue, sijui nani what. Akienda kwake anasema ile kitu mwesema nini nani revenue. Na wakati huo ameumizwa. So the first thing that you should do ni to make sure that the language is palatable to all. Kama ni Kiswahili, tumia nini? Kiswahili. Sio ati kwa sababu umetoka Nairobi unakuja na kizungu chako. Na kuna mtu ambaye alitumwa hapa na haelewi. Ataenda kusema nini na umemketisha hapa masaa 3. Na kwa hivyo nitaongea kwa Kiswahili ili nisijiuge na kudirenu la academicians. So, namba ya kwanza wasirep. Wasirep kuna watu ambao wamelalamika elsewhere wakisema ya kwamba kuna mtu ambaye alichimba boho. Akandi wakati wasirep walijua amechiba boho ukaja mkafunika. Sijui kama ni Longo na mani wapi. Kuna watu walinipigia. Unajua hata kama mtu amevuja sheria, hutakikani kumisuse. Peonele dhini ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba huyo mtu amefuata sheria bila kuharibu pesa zake. Sijui kama ninalichimba borehole na hakutumia nini. Ni kufunika utakuja. Nasikia ati mliweka cement, nitafuata nione. Kwa sababu wewe kazi yako mtu hawezi kuwa amechimba, alafu wewe uje uharibu. Alafu useme wewe ni Mkenya. Namba 2, hiyo mtajibu nitaangalia ni wapi. Namba 2, kwa tangu wakati mlianzishwa. Unajua hata wakati ilikuwa wakati wa Moi. Tulikuwa tunaambiwa tu ya kwamba in 1980 ati maji itakuwa kila pahali. Na hata hapa mnasema maji ni puda na tuko 2024. Sasa unashindwa. Kazi yenu ni mshahara. That is the first thing that we should be asking Wasireb. Where are you? There. Ama ninasema vile haitakikani. Because each and every year hata wakati tulikuwa hapa bado watu walikuwa hawajapata nini? Maji. Kwa hivyo hiyo mnatakana kuangalia. Namba 2, ukiangalia vile mmesema ni kwamba you are dependent on either national government ama watu. Na kama hata tunauza adani huko, tunaweka adani kwa uwaja na nini. Kwani nyinyi mweze enda kwa private public partnership. Muangalia wale matajiri wako, mnafanya nao kwa minajili ya kupata nini? Maji. Private PPP. Kwa hivyo hiyo pia I think you should also check on that ili tuweze kwenda hiyo nyingine. Sewer treatment. Najua nimesikia wanaume umejaribu. Because some of these things, that's why mnaongea Kiingereza. You know, in English you become very slippery. You don't answer but you have answered. To know that you have engaged in language but not the answer. Unajua hii mambo ya siwa hapa wewe huwa nakupigia. Ukipita hapa wakati kumenyesha harufu imejaa wapi? Si ni kweli? Wakati tulikuwa hapa tulikuwa hivyo. Sasa nimesikia Carlos naye ameruka. Wasirep ilisema ya kwamba hata hawana shughuli. Nyinyi na nyinyi mkasema hivyo. Absalom amekuwa kwa board ya municipality. Naivasha tayari ni nini? Ni municipality. Municipality na Igari kuna harufu pahali pamoja. Utasema ni siwa ama ni kukataa kutibu, kujenga. Kwa sababu kama ni hapo, si unajua ni hapo. Kwa nini yule hakusema pahali pengine akasema hapo kwa bank? Then you must make sure that you put the money enough to make sure that hiyo wakati huo mwingine hamtakuja kutuambia hivyo. Everybody knows that town inapanuka. Na mumekuwa. Sasa wakati imefika hapa ndio unatuambia Unajua ya kwamba tunapanuka. What have you been doing? Kwa nini hata nyinyi hampanuki? Because that is the question that we should be asking ourselves. You should plan to make sure that there are no gaps. Maybe the last one, ninaona kama mumeanza kustuka. You see, the issue of pay bill. Unajua, and that's why I said that there are some escapism. Kama huyo mama alilipa maji na alileta mwizi na mwizi mukafuta, mama huyo atakani kulipa kwa sababu aliripoti. It is a Christian way of stealing. Unamwambia pole lakini mumemfanya nini? Mnamwambia Bwana atamfanya nini? Atambariki. Sasa wacha abarikiwe akiwa na pesa. So I think that one you can do something, because if that person is culpable, and if that person is culpable of theft, then the company should carry the blame. Si huyo mama. Ama namna gani? So that one should be taken like that. The other one is that na hiyo na pay bill nimesikia ukisema ya kwamba watu wacha pay bill kwa sababu umesema wako na WhatsApp. Si unaweka pay bill hiyo inakuwa kwa WhatsApp. Hii giri moja. Najua hata county government, na sijui kama watu wengine wako hapa, walikuwa wameweka hii rate. Alafu wakachaji watu giri moja. Kwa hivyo I think you are very in love with giri moja. Hizi giri moja, kama unaambiwa ya kwamba lipa maji before hii tarehe, na kama hutalipa unapatiwa kama wiki moja, so that kama utaambiwa ni giri moja, ni wewe utakuwa unajiblame, not the company. Always there must be that time ya kufanya hivyo. Na the last one ni license. Unajua Karo, naona unaongea Karos. Sasa nimesikia unataka kuja kutupatia license ya maji ya mabati. You know, unajua hii Kenya yetu ukora muna mwingi sana in the name of licenses. What you should do, si kuja kunipatia license ati kwa sababu nimejenga. It is to make sure that whatever the company does adequate civic education. Pana tukura kuibia watu. Ati sasa kwa sababu nimejenga, unaona mtu akija hapo na gua nakwambia, do you have a license, na hakukujengesha. Unaona, na unajua Kenya tukiamua hivi tutaibiwa. Utakuja kuambiwa umepumua sana, you need a license to hear. Yes. So what we require is not licensing. Monogo, it's not licenses. It is civic education. And civic education must be in barazas. Na muhuzize chief. The last one ni ya county government. Hii company, na wewe unajua, if at all there is a problem, you report to the assembly. Ama si kweli. It is na wakati tunaweka pesa. Sasa nimesikia hii siwa ya kwamba haijanunuliwa, shamba iko na kadhalika. It is your budget. And make a budget proposal. Hii municipality inapata pesa. Hii municipality inapata pesa za World Bank, inapata pesa za kila mtu. Kwa sababu tunasaidiwa na mataifa ya Ulaya kuishi. So, kama tunapewa pesa na World Bank, why don't you include siwa kama mwaka huu tumepewa milioni 100. Why should you subdivide it? Ati weke sijui nini hapa, sijui Kariuki Chotara. Why don't you say hii mwaka pesa ni za nini? Za siwa. Ama namna gani? So tuweke hiyo. Tukiweka hiyo mwaka huu mwingine tutasema hizo pesa zingine ile itakuwa imebaki tuabiwe kwa sababu sisi tuko assembly. Ama namna gani? Sisi tutaweka kwa budget. So what we na dipoza hii kizungunyiki muache. Because hii kizungunyiki inapotea from the reality. Kwa hivyo hiyo, na mwisho hapa tuna Kayole. Hii iko ya juu. Hii. Hapa tuna Kayole ya chini. Tuna Longonot. Tuna nini? Nimesikia ukisema ya kwamba na wewe Carlos ni mwerevu. At the NIP that it is for the big project to support the smaller one. Which came first? So we die waiting for the bigger project. The only thing that we need to do, maji iwezi pita hapa ipelekwe paka huko ati nikoja hili ati wakati itakuja. These academics ndizo tunasema ya kwamba can you be in reality ama namna gani? Maji iwezi pita hapa niambiwa ati inaenda NIP, nitagoja wakati investor atakuja ili wanirudishie. Kwani ni wao na maji wakati huu imetoka kwenu. So that one should be done. Na MD, najua wakati tulikuwa hapa tuliambiwa sijui maji itatoka sijui what dam, sijui Pesi dam, sijui what. Hii mambo ya Pesi imefika wapi? Ama nayo tunagoja serikali ya Ulaya ikuje ifanye. Because these are the things that we should sit here next. Tukiwa hapa tuje to agree on what to do next. Si mambo hii ya Wasirebu unakuja na mambo yako na sasa hata sitaki kuongea sana, wacha nimalizie na niwaambie ya kwamba tumesema kuhusu sheria ya maji kama hiyo mnasema Nairobi. When I was here last, you also quoted in Nairobi. Why don't you live here so that you stop quoting in Nairobi every time? You should come and make sure that you do something kwa sababu mnakuja so that when you go to Nairobi, you mention in Naivasha. Wakati tulikuwa hapa mlimention tu hiyo. Kwa hivyo tunasema ya kwamba county government can come up with a law kulingana na vile inaona ili tusaidie. But kama serikali inapata pesa, kama tunapata pesa, kwa nini tusubuke? Na pesa ziko. The only thing is misappropriation ya funds. Pesa zinapotea nyingi. Na zikipotea nyingi basi inakuwa hivyo. So mine ni kusema ya kwamba wewe Wasireb, make sure watu wanapata maji, si kuumiza. Na kama hiyo kichiba ulifunika tutakustaki. Siwezi toa pesa zangu alafu uje hapo ati na masheria 10. Na wakati huo watu hapo hawana nini? Maji. Wewe Carlos, stop a lot of English, make sure that watu wamepata nini? MD tunashukuru kwa sababu ya vile umefanya. Lakini ukumbuke ya kwamba kuna project ambazo ziko. Sisi kama MCAs tulikuambia ya kwamba kuna zile pesa ziko kwa ward. Kuja to agree on what should we give for that year so that the project ipitie kwenu. Hii mambo ya kusema ya kwamba sijui hivyo mnao unasema ati project sijui ili transferiwa ikapelekwa wapi. Tulisema ya kwamba wakati tunaweka pesa kama ni za maji, wacha wawe hapo because it is the area of what? Jurisdiction. Si kusema ya kwamba ati niliweka milioni 10 na maji haikunywewa na tuna miaka 3. That is wastage of resources. Kwa hivyo kama ni mifereji huna, niambie ya kwamba Kinogi hakuna mifereji hii kwa sababu ya hii project. Tuwekee kwa yako. Ile ambayo iwezekani tunaweka kwa headquarter project. Nani atakwambia Mweshi atakwambia Muraya. So wewe uganeni na sisi. Mkijifanya atika serikali kadogo in the name of water company. Mutakaa hapa na hii Kiingereza yenu ati long run tutawajaji kwa English.
Thank you. I know before acha tujibu hiyo kwanza. Tumeshtakiwa sana. Thank you MCA Karanja for your comments. First nataka kutoa Wasreb lawamu kidogo. Kuna sister regulator. Tulipofanya presentation yetu tulisema kuna regulator wa borehole anaita WARA, WRA. Yeye ndio anasimamia maneno ya borehole. Kama kuna borehole imefunikwa, yeye ndio ambaye anaambiwa mashtaka hayo. Sasa aliambiwa akuje na pengine yuko good. Naivasha kwa DCC office.
Kama yuko, unajua sisi vile huwa tunafanya ni kuhakikisha kwamba that's where tumekuja mkutano wapi? Hapa ili kama kuna swali lifanye nini? Lijibiwe. Kama uko na namba ya sisi muko, can you call your sister? Si umesema ni sister. Call your sister aje ajibu hiyo nini? Swali.
Sawa, tutamuita. Ya pili about the civic education and water harvesting. Tukienda kwa constitution, the 4th schedule. Kazi ya county planning and development, where housing falls, ni kazi ya county. Si kazi ya national government. Kwa hivyo ile civic education ambao ulituadhirisha tufanye, ningeomba pia county shikane na watu wake, muweze kuwaelezea maneno ya water harvesting, muweze kuwaelezea how to do it, how to do their houses, how to measure the quality of water. I think Eliud, you wanted to add something?
Mheshimiwa, asante sana. Thank you for bringing energy. Naona watu wameshangamka kiasi. Thank you so much that you've come to grace this forum. Because without our leaders, it will still be tasteless. And thank you so much for adding some salt to it. Sasa, tunasema mgala muwe na haki mpe. Ni muhimu kujua kwamba WhatsApp haipeani maji. That is exactly the center of our wish and will, to ensure that all the Kenyans can access water. But then now, it's the responsibility of our WSPs to cover as large area as possible. And that's why we have this kind of forum, to see how do we adjust our tariff to increase resources for our utility so that they can expand their water services provision. It's at their level, at their prerogative, to cover as much area as possible in terms of water and sewerage services. Kwa hivyo hiyo lawama ya kusema mbona watu wapati maji, ampatiwe wetu maji, naomba tu hapo hiyo tuondolee. Na na sisi ile msaada tungependa kuwe naye ni tusaidie utility kuhakikisha kwamba ina expand. Sasa kama mwanasiasa, how do you help? We normally have what we call CIDPs, the County Integrated Development Plan. Yes, our utility have their strategic plans. And it's my hope that you have been part and parcel of stakeholders when they are doing the validation process of that plan. It's my hope that our MCA was there. Where you can help them is to see to it that also they get additional resources in that CIDP. That when they launch their plan, it's very clear on what are their targets, what is exactly in their plans, what are their targets, and what do they endeavor to achieve in the next 5 years. And then you push that budget so that budget, that plan they have is embedded within the larger county integrated development plan. Hivyo ndo tunaweza saidia utility wetu. WhatsApp hakuna mahali itakuja ku expand coverage. Ni ngumu, haiwezekani because it's not our mandate. Our mandate is very, very clear. It's to see to it that we develop regulations, we develop guidelines, we capacity build our utilities, and we protect the rights of our consumers to access water, safe water, and also clean water, and also affordable. I think it's very important that Bwana Mheshimiwa, you also understand our role. And that way now you can really judge us accordingly. Hiyo tu ndo mambo yangu. The other thing, I think it's very important that we emphasize that when we also as stakeholders and kama wananchi wazalendo, ni muhimu tuwe na facts, because facts are the one that will take us somewhere. Within our information docket, and we're also to go very careful to kwa ground, we've not had a case where WhatsApp has covered a borehole. That's not our job. That's not our responsibility. In case there is anything, there is any mushrooming water provision within the service area of provision of our utilities, the people will ask, is our utilities. For example, there could be cases of an outbreak of cholera. And maybe that cholera has emanated from unregulated water source. The people will ask, the entity will ask, is our utilities. And it's not our job, our prerogative to go and cover that infrastructure. We don't do that, Bwana Mheshimiwa. Naomba pia utuondolee hiyo lawama. We have our sister organization is also an authority. We cannot call them. That's an authority, a stable authority, a strong authority, and also an authority which has regional offices countrywide. It's just a matter of you using your office, and a very stable office. Our member of county assembly have an office, they have staff. It's them now to communicate direct to them and engage them and ask them, why did you cover that borehole without engaging the users and the stakeholders? I think that it's not us really to give to call them because we don't have a layer. They don't report to us. Neither do we report to them. We are entities of the same caliber and pedigree. The other thing that I think I really would want to see to that is taken care of, the issue of seeing to it that the plan speak. I think it's very one strong point that Mheshimiwa brought out is when you're talking of developing, expanding your sewerage infrastructure. I think he brought out a point which happens across our utilities. That is lacking a synchronized planning process that is in tandem with the rest of the existing plans. So see to it that the plans, your annual plan, your 5-year strategic plans are aligned to the national government plans, which are quite clear, with very clear funding on how they support the utilities and how they support the county governments, and make sure that they are also aligned with the CIDP, the County Integrated Development Plan, and see to it that they are also embedded within our Vision 2030. Do not just come up with snappy 5-year strategic plan because that's a requirement for you to get a license or tariff. Ensure that your plans are well harmonized with the bigger plans, which are quite in various levels, for you to get things right and to ensure that you address these mega needs that you're having. Because that's the only way you can be considered by many other stakeholders to be funded, either bankers, the World Bank, USAID, and various financiers whom can support you. When you do that, I'm sure you cannot lose anything without taking care of your intended vision, Bwana MD. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Dennis, representing consumers in NAIVASHA. I have 2 questions I want to ask. When I'm in your office, I don't know whether you're aware that from last year, sometimes towards the end, and now this year, we have had cases of meter theft. And when you come and report to the office, you're told, go take an OB, an abstract, and then come pay, and then a replacement is made. I don't know what the office is doing to protect the customers who are your consumers. Number 2, the people I represent told me that when you go to that public participation, ask them, what is the connection between rain and sewer? Because we have a problem there around Unitas and another one around Hemland. When it rains, it bursts. You cannot go through that road. So I am asking so that I will give an answer. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Kwa majina naitwa Esther Mbuthia. Kwanza nikushukuru sana kwa mwaliko huu. My question is, I've heard that you are working on something to reduce fluoride kwa maji. Swali yangu ilikuwa, do you have a time frame, like by when tunaweza kuwa tumeondoa hiyo fluoride kwa maji? Ya kwamba maji ambayo tutakuwa nayo kwa nyumba itakuwa maji safi. Because I understand maji ambayo the moment tunakunywa maji ambayo ni salty, ukioga na maji ambayo ni salty, ukipika na maji ambayo ni salty, it weakens our bone each and every day. So watu ambao mimi nawakilisha kikundi cha vijana, me have been born and brought up in Karagita. So mimi ni mzaliwa wa NAIVASHA vizuri sana. Na ninajua kuna changamoto ambazo tunapitia sisi kama vijana, nikiwakilisha young mothers, youth. Wakati kama wanajeshi wanakuja kuchukuana pale Kihoto, hatuchukuliwi. Kwa nini? Meno zetu ni brown, meno zetu zimeisha,
hiyo opportunity hatupati. Kitu ya pili, wasichana wengi wakitaka kuoreka huku Naivasha, waoreki kwa nini? Mnaambiwa meno zetu ni brown. So tumekuja kuuliza, do you guys have a time frame ambao hii maji yetu itatolewa chumvi, so that hata watoto ambao tunazaa each and every time tutawaambia, when I was growing up, when I was in primary, niligrow nikiambiwa, unajua maji kuna siku haitakuwa na chumvi. When nitasema hivi, until when? Do we have a time frame? Nisifike show and then nikisemaga tu maji tatolewa chumvi. Hiyo ni swali ya kwanza. Swali ya pili, kitu ya kwanza ni kusema mimi nina support hii Tarriff, mimi kama mwana youth, kwa sababu nasema nini? Water is a basic need and we cannot do without water. Ni akina nani ambao wanasema tuna maji kwa society? Ni wamama. Kitambo we used to go for long distance. Sisi kama mimi kama mkaaji wa Karagita, tulikuwa tunaenda baharini. Watu wanajua mahali tunasemanga Keria. Tulikuwa tunaenda kufetch water pale, tunaenda tunafuria nguo pale. Unapata kutoka Karagita kwenda pale ni distance, ni kama uniambie nitoke Kayole unitume Kihoto mwisho. Na nitafua hizo nguo huko, nirudi nitoke hapo jioni, maybe saa 11 nirudi nyumbani. Saa hii tumesaidiwa, maji imeletwa karibu na sisi. Unapata hiyo time ambayo siendei maji long distance, naweza uza mandazi yangu hapo nje nipate shilingi hata 10 ama 100 ya kuweza kuimprove living standard ya familia yangu. So mimi nina support hii kitu, na kitu ninasema, kuna kitu kingine nilikuwa nimeandika. Like myself, I'm a business ready. Ninafanya hii mambo ya kutengeneza sabuni ya detergent. Unapata hiyo maji imenisaidia sana mimi kama mama. Naongea on behalf of a youth, a woman, because we understand women are the vulnerable people in the society. Na tusipoangalia wamama, wazee wanaweza ongea waongee, but wakati maji hakuna kwa nyumba, sisi ndio tutaenda kule lake kuchota. So tumekuja hapa kuambiana ukweli, because kama tusiposema ukweli tutatoka hapa tukisema tulikuja mkutano tukatoka. So mimi swali yangu niambiwe hiyo time frame, hiyo maji ita by when, because pia bonds zetu nikisupport Josephine. Unasikia Josephine alisema yeye ana deal na watu wa PWD. Mimi na deal na watu vulnerable groups in the society, ambapo if I don't talk on their behalf, no one will. God bless you.
Thank you. The last question, you have the microphone.
Thank you. I'll be a bit brief. Mine is not a question, but a concern. When you're doing the sewer lines, the concretes are raised. Zinakuwa obstruction kwa magari ama kwa pedestrians wenye wanatembea. Sometimes either imeinterfere na barabara ama ploti ya mtu. So is there a way they can be either zirudishwe chini ama ziwekwa mahali penye tu ni strategic, si penye zinazuia magari, they have raised up. The other one is I appreciate this public participation because tumeinvitiwa on different capacities, but we have customer care week. As much as we have WhatsApp groups, me, I'm not an advocate of Vita's a social media. If we have a customer care week, we can call zonals. Let the customer directly mwenye analipa bill also have some time with you, whether in Zono or the whole of Naivasha venye mtaipanga. I know it entails budget, but we also, as we have said, we have now come to, we're headed to partnership, the private partnership, whatever. We can come in and help you on how to work on the budget and bring customers wenye waonge. Hapa ninasema, but I pay bills. Mwingine atakuja aseme mimi nilicomplain nikachoka. There are some who will never speak. Watakuwa tu wakisafa in silence. That will also have a touch, like the way banks do. At the end of the year, you're a customer of a bank, munaitwa kadina mahali. It will make them feel appreciated and also their concerns raised. On the issue of piping, wakati munaeka maji kwa maboma, whether ni nyumba yako ama ni ploti, pipes zinawekwa juu sana. So most of the water that is getting wasted ni ile imebust. Magari za mijengo zikipita in some areas zenye tunakaa, inaacha imepasua pipe. By the time inakuja kurekebishwa, maji imepotea na hauna maji wiki mzima. So they let them try and put pipes chini kidogo and also use quality pipes. Tule twa black kicha chomo na jua kanapasuka. So tunafanya, and then ikifanyika kama iko kwako nje, you will have to cater for that expense. Nunua pipe tukurudishie maji. To avoid that, let's have the waters chini. Lastly, it may not be part of this meeting, but I felt I need to talk about it. And Josephine will understand when I say this. Tunapeleka vijana wetu na wasichana shule ambao wako na ulemavu tofauti. Be it physical, be it mental, intellectual. But finally, Wahome have sat with you in your office. We do not have anywhere to take them. Mtu amekaa shule 4 years, akishatoka ile masomo yake yote na umetumia more than 300,000, inaenda to waste. Anarudi kwa mama yake ama babake ama shosho yake. I know you, there is a case I brought to you. Please, the board, help us with approving a budget for training your staff, and not only to NAWASCO, to every here. Hatuna mahali pa kulepeleka watoto ambao wako na especially intellectual disability and the deaf. Wanafanya skills. Vocational schools are there. The MCAs have really helped us with supporting them in terms of paying their school fees. But where do we take them? Hakuna mtu anaombaga hapo mtoto ako na shida. If you show them kufagia ni hapa, they will give you the best. You show them kuchimba mtaro ni hapa, they can assist your staff wakati wanafanya installations za maji. They don't have to be very serious jobs, including internships. Sometimes parents come to us wanatuambia, hakuna mahali anaweza enda kushinda hata kama halipwi. Now again, you cannot misuse mtoto wa mtu juu ako na shida, aende mahali juu halipwi. This is a call to all of us. Vijana na wasichana wako wengi huko nje. 18 to 40 years. A 40-year girl anaishi na shosho yake. Hana mahali pa kwenda, alienda akashona, skills amerudisha kwa nyumba. 2 months later hata kumbuka hiyo kushona. But if there is somewhere anaweza wekwa. Huyo kijana alipenda mambo ya piping. Right now ako kwa mijengo tu. Akipewa mawe ya bebe siku 3, the next thing mwenye anafanya kazi ya pipe. We also have electricians. Cause already amejua ikishikanishwa hapa inaenda hivi itafanya. Please support us with that. A budget on training, it is also helping us in a lot of awareness and also creating employment for them. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was a very good way to end that plenary session. MD, maswali mingi naona ni yako. Ningekwamba uchukue ukumbi, you answer what you can, and you can also share with your team or anyone else you feel can assist you to answer. Then to Eliud, the program will move back to you so that you can tell us what next. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Margaret, before you sit down, just come. You can answer one question on meter theft and the collaboration we have with the water police and administration police.
Okay, thank you. So I'll first highlight the responsibility of the customer when it comes to just ensuring the safety of the water meter. One thing we need to understand is that the water meter is the property of the utility. However, it is located in your premise, and therefore it is your responsibility to ensure that it is safe from any damage or theft. And part of the reason why you're charged for this is because in order to reconnect you, we will need to incur a cost in replacement of that meter. So therefore it's important for you to understand if it's a new connection, there is no charge. But however, if a water meter has been lost or damaged in your premise, then you meet the cost of that meter at the current market price. However, one of the things that we have been trying to do is continually sensitize our customers on how you can protect that by either providing for construction of a meter chamber, as well as ensuring that you note who has access to that particular meter. If somebody comes to your premise and reports that they are representing NAIVASHA Water, they should well identify themselves. Part of the reasons why you report this is because it's a theft case. Any theft to any property has to be handled by the relevant authority, which is the police. So that's part of the reason why you report it there. And we have been working together with the administrative police here at NAIVASHA to try and locate where these meters are actually being taken. We've been able to raid some scrap metal dealers, and that has also informed us in the type of water meters that we actually use to prevent further theft. We also have the water police that ideally support in following through the execution of persons that are found to engage in this type of theft. So for us is to still keep sensitizing you to ensure that you have control over who has access to that water meter, as well as protecting it, especially if it's in a vulnerable location. I'll also tackle the issue on customer engagement. Thank you very, very much for your feedback on that. One of the things is that quarterly we have water clinics, and as well as annually we also have open day. So one of the things that, of course, to improve this and to ensure that more people are aware of this, we can try to collaborate with the representatives and also the opinion leaders to pass this information. We just had, in the last quarter, we just had our water clinics, but we'll improve on this so that the consumers are well aware when these events are happening. I'll also handle the issue of shallow installation of individual water connection. This is well noted. Progressively, we've been trying to replace the material that has been used for individual connection, as well as also for the main distribution pipeline. And that it's good that you've noted that there's been transition slowly from the PVC material, the plastic that is vulnerable to damage, to PPPR. Of course, it's a journey that we are working together with the customer and also through the NRW budget. That is something that we are working towards. With regards to that is location of your meter relative to your boundary, as well as the material that has been used for that. I think that is it for mine.
Thank you. You can answer on why we need to raise manholes. So manholes.
Yeah, thank you so much. That question was on blockage of vehicles by sewer manholes and also people. So the reason why we raise them slightly, just about 0.5 of a meter above ground, is to prevent increase of surface runoff into the sewer network. Because when that happens, then you find the surface runoff will also come with stones and sticks and also clothes, and it becomes a source of blockages along the sewer network. So that's the reason we raise. The other reason why we raise is to ensure that when road works are being done, most of the places we do these sewer services, sewer extension projects are within Maram roads, just within the road boundaries. So when these roads get upgraded in the future, then the level goes up. So then we take that in the design and look at the environment and the likely levels that roads will rise to ensure that the road runoff also does not get its way into the sewer manholes. But of course, going forward, what we've done in especially the most recent projects in Kabati and Kasoko is to engage with all those consumers who have their houses and buildings along the project road to ensure that these are things that we are doing, so that where we can be able to move a manhole off a particular area, then we do that at site. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think in connection to what he has said, I also want to answer a question, and I know this is a very good question. Relationship between rain and sewer burst, especially at Unitas Toto. As we had mentioned earlier, yenye tulikuwa tumesema nataka sasa kucombine Kiingereza na Kiswahili. Pale hapo Unitas, we normally have hizo recurring bursts that when it rains. One of the reasons is that the sewer network, and I think Absalom alikuwa amesema, hiyo sewer network ilikuwa imejengwa 1970s. It was done for about 40,000 people. Currently we serve around 200,000 people. That is one of the major issues. So if you look at the diameter of the pipe, it's not as big. So what happens is that, again, also the design ya hiyo sewer kwa siwa kuna kuanga na different types za siwa. Kuna ile tunaita combined na kuna ile tunasema ni separate. Separate inamaanisha ya kwamba maji ya storm water inafaa kwenda kando, maji ya siwa inafaa kuwa kando. But combined hizo haziko sana sana huku Kenya. Ni zile maji yote ya siwa, ya drainage yote inashikanishwa pamoja. Our system inafaa kuwa separate. That means that tukue na drainage system kando na tukue na siwa kando. So what happens is when it rains, because one, we have a lot of vandalism. We have cases of vandalism. Utakuta tu mtu amekalia manhole cover na nikoga anagonga. Na nasema hii video mtusaidie kuangalia vitu kama hizo. Na wakati huyo mtu anagonga, what happens is that hiyo manhole cover itakuwa imeharibika. The next thing is when it rains, maji inaanza kuingia kwa siwa. Again also, most of us, na mutajiangalia tu tuone, most of us in our home states, tumeconnect maji ya storm water to the sewer, which again is wrong, because we are supposed to separate. Nini system yetu inafaa kuwa separate. Make sure maji ya mvua yenye inamwagika kwa plot yako inafaa kwenda kwa drainage, halafu siwa ikuwe ni siwa. So vile sasa inafanyika ni kwamba wakati kumenyesha, hiyo maji yote inaingia kwa hii mfereji ambayo ni dogo. So hiyo mfereji ikiwa ni dogo, utakuta maji sasa itaanza kutoka. Now hiyo imekuwa ni issue ambayo tumekuwa nayo. I have said tunashukuru county government, sana sana Her Excellency Susan Kihika. Ukienda hapo saa hizi pale Unitas, hapo tu chini utakuta kuna a lot of excavation imefanyika. Na sijui kwenye wameenda town wataona hivyo. Na hiyo ni wakati tulipeleka hiyo issue kwa county government, wakasema what they are going to do, wataweka a bypass line kutoka hapo Unitas mpaka kwa sewer treatment plant. So ni kumaanisha wakati hiyo line itaisha, because saizi iko ongoing, wakati hiyo line itaisha, hii maji mingi ambayo the current line, the existing line haiwezi ku accommodate, itaweza kuwa inaichukua, so that now ita reduce hizo instances za ku overflow. I hope hapo tuko pamoja. So think the other things zilikuwa zimejibiwa. Fluoride time frame. One, niseme Karagita, the project size yenye inafanywa saa hizi na KISIP through the county iko na element ya defraudation. So hiyo line ikiisha, at least maji itakuwa sawa. However, vile nilikuwa nimesema, we have also invested sana kwa research. Tumejaribu ku-identify aquifers zenye hazina fluoride mingi. What we are doing ni kujaribu kureduce sasa kutoa maji kwa aquifers ama kwa bores zenye ziko town. Maybe because ya challenge na stima ama pengine something else, ndio tutatumia kidogo. But our main aquifers zenye saizi tunatoa, we have two major well fields. Moja iko pale Daramea na ingine iko DTI. Hiyo ya Daramea average fluoride levels ziko around 1.5. Ya DTI ziko around 1.8. So hiyo maji saizi ndio tunajaribu kupatiana. But ukienda huku town, uende Karagita, uende Kayole, fluoride levels zinafika karibu 7-6. Hiyo maji sasa sio sawa. We don't have boreholes there. So what we are trying to do ni kutoa maji huko mbali. DTI is like 12 kilometers from here. Tunatoa maji huko mbali, tunailete hapa, and then sasa tunairelease. So hivyo ndivyo hizi tunafanya. Wale ambao maybe watu wa Lakeview waliona, there was a time your quality ya maji ilibadilika, and I think also Karagita wakati tulianza tunapatiana hiyo maji. But again, sasa kuna hiyo additional defraudation unit ambayo inakuja na itakuwa part of the project, ambayo hopefully itakuwa imeisha by January. Yeah, I think the other things zilikuwa zimejibiwa apart from moja yenye chair anataka kucomment on. Tampatia.
It will be just a quick reply. And for those who came late, my name is Rachel. I want to give a response to Ruth and to Josephine about people with disabilities, and I'm very passionate about people with disabilities because I'm a parent. Yani kwa kifupi, wa Mariamu naona unaniangalia je. Kwa kifupi, watu wako na special needs. Their caregivers are also trained to be able to handle these children or these adults or these teenagers. So we are going to pick them, but we have a process. Because lazima, like if you brought him to me, I'd know what to do, okay? But if you brought him to MD, lazima angalie notes. Tuko sawa sawa. So we're going to create resources, and I'm sure he had spoken, I think, to you, so that you can come, so that you come and train the supervisors and how to be able to handle people with disabilities. You know they have temperaments, right? Yes? You know sometimes wanaweza freeze, ukiongelesha sinu kweli. MD hajui, they don't know, I do know, because I have one. You understand me? So we are a company that accommodates everyone, and believe me, in my few years, I'll make sure we have a few, because I have one, but then again, we have to follow the process of training them, so that once they come, then they are able to understand how to deal with people with special needs. Have I answered your question? Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I think Karos anataka kujibu one more question. And as he does that, Mheshimiwa, tutakuletea proposal. Kuna projects, I believe, mkitu support tupate hiyo financing, tutaweza kuzifanya. I think kuna a few projects. Then I also want to say that especially in some areas kama CBD, Kabati, uko. Hata mimi wakati tunatembea tunaenda tunaona donkeys zimebeba maji. Nasikia vibaya ni kwa sababu huko kuna mifereji. Na nataka kusema hivyo, huko kuna mifereji. Wale watu, because I also followed up, kuna watu utakuta wanawekewa maji kutoka kwa donkey. Wale watu wengi ambao hawaja connect, most probably ni kutaka kuconnect, ama wengine pengine wamekatiwa. So nasema hivi ndio niweze tu kuwatuma, kwa sababu sisi sasa tumekuwa familia moja. Tuambie watu kuna maji ya kutosha, wenye wako especially CBD, Kabati, site, CCCR, wacha tukuje tu apply maji na tutapata hiyo connection, because mifereji najua iko, watu wakuja wa apply maji, tuna reduce hiyo time ya ku-apply na kupata connection, na najua tutapata maji. So maybe WhatsApp tunaweza patia Carlos one chance.
Thank you, MD. Just for a minute, because I know time is not on our side. And of course, my good friend Mheshimiwa Karanja kidogo alikuwa mkali kwangu sababu ya Kiswahili, na nitajaribu sana kutumia lugha ya Kiswahili kwa sasa kwa muda mfupi sana, kwa vile ni mzuri vile vile kwamba tuitukize lugha ya Kiswahili. Nafikiri mawili matatu peke. Mheshimiwa, ulisema kwamba mambo ya PPP, na nilipokuwa nikizungumza nilisema tuna mapato ya kifedha aina 3 kwa sasa ya kufanya nayo mradi wa serikali. Tukasema mapato ya kwanza ni mgao wa serikali, national government ambayo inatupatia. Nikasema mgao wa pili ni mkopo kutoka kwa benki yoyote ile, iwe ya kitaifa ama ya kimataifa, na njia ya 3 nikasema huwa ni msaada ama grant ambayo tunatumia kufanya naye miradi haya. Ya 3 nikaongezea PPP, na PPP ni uhusiano wa kibiashara kati ya mashirika ya kiserikali na yale ambayo si ya kiserikali ama ya kibinafsi. Nafikiri tunaangalia hiyo sana. Tunaangalia sana mambo ya PPP. Challenge ambayo tuko nayo ama changamoto ambayo tuko nayo ni kwamba hajapata framework kamili. Mikakati, masharti ya kutumia hajakuja vizuri nchini Kenya. Kwa hivyo labda tutatumia muda kidogo mpaka tupate ile framework ya kuengage on PPP. But kama nimesema hivyo ni kwamba 2014, if I'm not wrong, or 2013, in the first government, wakati ya Kinuthia, tulikutana hapa Naivasha kama washikadau wote wa maji katika kaunti hii. Tukafanya kitu inaitwa water mapping. Water mapping ilikuwa kutoa ile ramani kuona shirika lote hile la kiserikali au la kibinafsi inafanya nini sehemu gani Nakuru. Tukachora map ya Nakuru nzima, tukaziweka pin. Tukasema World Vision wako hapa, Action Aid wako hapa, Naivasha something wako hapa, Central Rift Valley wako hapa, ili tuweze kupata hiyo picha. Tujue kutoka hapa tutasonga mbele kwa njia gani. Na ilikuwa mwanzo mzuri sana. Shida ni kwamba hatukuendelea na hizo mipango. Na kabla tujahamia PPP, mimi ningeomba Mheshimiwa Karanja vile vile ni kiongozi na possibly our water companies through our chair and other water companies, if we can revisit that issue of water mapping for Nakuru County, so that we get the actual picture of who is doing what where and what will be the impact, so that wananchi pia wajue kama tuko na mpango Kayole hapa, tusiende wote Kayole atujue anafanya nini, huyu anaongezea juu ya mwingine, huyu anaondoa. So hiyo itakuwa mpango mzuri sana kuelekea kwa proper PPP ambayo itasaidia. Ya mwisho tusitaki kuchukua muda mrefu ni kwamba nilikuwa nimetoa maoni ya roof catchment kama maoni ya kibinafsi. I think I said it's a personal opinion. Sio kasumba. Nilikuwa nimetoa tu kama maoni ya kibinafsi tu, nikasema vile naona ni kwamba hii mambo ya housing tuta incorporate roof catchment in future so that we can also protect our individuals. Otherwise, asante sana kwa maoni yako. Kama kuna mtu niliongea Kiingereza mingi na hakunielewa, nitaomba msamaha. Niko hapa kuweza kuwasiliana na kutujue shida ya wananchi iko wapi ili tuweze kusonga mbele. Otherwise, Mheshimiwa, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I was almost feeling like answering the issue of the relationship between sewer burst and rain. But our MD has properly executed that matter. It's about actually the key point here. Let me say from the point of infrastructure development, it's vandalism. It's vandalism. Vandalism of our manholes, that we open space for run of water. Run of water ile maji ya barabara ipate nafasi ya kuingia kwa siwa. Na kiwango cha siwa ama ukubwa wa pipe si inaweza chukua maji yote. Hiyo ni kitu ya naambianga watu wengi sana. Siwa burst iko na aina mbili. Iko na mtumizi kwa nyumba na iko na jamaa huko nje anangojea. Mtumizi wa nyumba ni nani? Uko na toilet. Ama let's say toilet because of ile ya nyumba sasa. Lakini vile unatumia toilet sio njia nzuri. There are people who throw in diapers, wanaweka pads, wengine wanatupata condom huko ndani. Amekaa kwake lakini ametumia toilet namna hiyo. Hiyo maji taka ikianza kusafiri inaanza kupata blockage one by one. Ikifika mahali shikane kidogo before ifika kwa treatment plant tuko chini ishaanza ku create block. Huyo ni mtu wa kwanza ambaye anakaa kwa nyumba yake. Mtu wa pili hayuko hata kwa nyumba. Ako na kibanda hapo nje ya barabara. Hapo kando ya barabara kuna manhole. We have been using metal, lakini tumeanza kuchange from metal because of wajamaa wa scrap metal. Wanangoa, wanagonga. Now you're using a new material, something called resin. Ni kama fiber. So that ipunguze watu kutoa hiyo manhole la kwenda kuuza hiyo chuma. Sasa watu wengine zaidi ya hapo pia hata kama watauza hiyo chuma wanaipasua. Mama wa kibanda akimaliza kuuza mboga, ashike ile chafu ya sukuma, anafanya nini? Arusha hapo ndani. Hakuna mtu anamuona. Mimi nakula ndizi mtaani, nikimalizia ndizi yangu narusha hapo. Hiyo takataka inakaa inangojea maji. Hiyo shimo ishafunguka. Maji ikifika hapo inaingia hapo yote. Ikienda mita 100 kutoka hapo, hiyo manhole isha block. Maji inalipukia hapo. Tunauliza hii maji taka mbona imetokea hapo? So it's about all of us, and I like what you said, Mheshimiwa. Let's sensitize each other. Let's work. Ukiona mtu anafanya kitu kama hiyo naulize tafadhali. Hii manhole ambayo umepasua na ambayo umeweka takataka, umerusha carton ama box ndani ama mambo ya ndizi ama nini. Mvua ya kwanza ikinyesha hii Naivasha, haitapita mita 200 kutoka hapo kuteremka. Itablokia hapo chini hapo na ita affect us wote. So thank you very much for raising that issue. Somebody said about the rainwater and sewer burst. There's a very big correlation. We cannot ignore that. And it's more about our culture. Thank you very much.
Asante, mimi si wa Wasleb. Ninaona wanataka kumalizia. Hamjambo. Mimi naitwa Muraya. Mheshimiwa wa viwandani ama town. Na nimesimama tu ndio niulize tu a concern yenye iko hapa. Sijui kama watu wa board walikuwa wamealikwa Naivasha lakini hawako. Haya. Na watu wa kichinjio. Sasa shida yangu na swali langu ni hivi. Kwamba tumekuwa na shida ya maji kukatwa kwa kichinjio. Na mnajua ya kwamba hapo ndipo tunatoa nyama zenye tunakula. So hakuna maji na watu wanaendelea kukula nyama tukiongea kwamba kuna usafi. Tunataka tujue kwa sababu kila mtu hapa amesimama, Wasreb, NAIVASHA, sijui ward, hakuna mtu anataka kubea the responsibility za maji yenye tunafaa ama mahali tunafaa kuweka maji. Again, Mr. Wahome, kwa sababu ya hiyo, utuambie kama kuna mipango yoyote ambayo mko nayo ya kuharmonize licenses zenye mnalipisha hawa watu wa water buzzers na exhausters. Juu is a concern mtu analipa mwezi license 10 na pesa ni ya kampuni moja ya NAIVASHA. Sasa hiyo ndio tu nataka ujaribu kunielezea. Alafu ni vizuri tumeongelelea kuhusu ile harufu iko pale na ni kweli iko na imekuwa. Lakini sasa na mimi ninataka tu ndio ningeuliza Derito kama angekuwa hapa. Juu mimi nilikuwa nimekataa tufanye site handing over ya huyo mtu kama hajafanya proper mobilization ya materials zenye anafaa kutumia. Kwa sababu tutaishi hapa tu kusema kuna nuka. Lakini tulikuja na tukampatia site. So going forward, hakuna hata kama kuna mradi na tukera, tuhakikishe ya kwamba kama mtu amefanya mobilization ya materials ndio anaachiliwa ground. Ili akiachiliwa ni kuingia mara moja. Huyo mradi wakati tulipatiana hiyo site, ukweli wa mambo saa hii inafaa kuwa functional. Lakini walikuja wakaenda wakajeka kakitu hapo kamawe, wakatoroka wakaenda. Alafu sasa ndio wamerudi. Sasa wamechimba mtaro, wameweka hiyo pipe. Tena nitajua tutakuja hapa mkutano mwingine kama bado hiyo iko hapa inaendelea. Kwa hivyo we must be very strict kwa wale watu ambao tunapatia ni baya sana kuwa na town ambayo tunasema inakuja kukua ina municipality yenye siwa inatokea kila mahali. Kwanza cross hiyo line ya banks. Kwa hivyo ni hayo, na ninashukuru kwa sababu ya kutuita ili tuweze. Na kama vile Karaja alisema, wacheni kukaa tu hapa kwa ofisi. Mkisikia kuna public participation ya mgao wa pesa, kujeni mtuambie hapa kuna kitu inahitajika ili tujue zile pesa za ward tutachukua ngapi tuweke. Kama saa hii Kanjo County Council Wahome, na hiyo utaniambia mnafaa kuwa mumeweka maji huko yote. Juu mimi niliweka pesa, nikanunulia hao watu pipes, nikawanunulia mita, lakini bado kuna ile kutowajibika sana. Watu wawekewe maji na tunataka watu wakuwe na maji safi. Asante.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Wacha nijibu tu haraka, but we will also give an opportunity to leaders just a minute after this process. Ndio waongee. So slaughterhouse, yes, the challenge I think as you have said, hawajaweza kulipa for some time, And I think also based on the agreement we had, which was not honored, hawakuweza kuona, na tulikuwa tumekubaliana kama hiyo muda ikikuwa imeisha, tuta disconnect, and I think hivyo tu ndivyo tuliweza kufanya. Licenses, licenses tuna charging tu only 15,000 shillings ya kudump siwa uko kwa STP once per month. This as per the tariff. So the other thing that maybe mtu analipa ni hiyo deposit ya ukianza, but we don't charge any other thing. On CCCR, kuna wale watu ambao wamekuja, but I think Margaret, ni wangapi wamekuja from CCCR for connection? 36. But again, zile mita to receive, I think zilikuwa less than 10, but we've managed to get a few others zenye tunaongeza na tutawapatia. So wakikuja tunajaribu kukua connect. So I think the challenge is also now mobilize the community wakuja waweze kupewa hiyo connection.
I'm Johnson from Exhaust and Water BOSA concerning the response for our MD about the licenses. Naona kama amejiodoa. This is against the WASLEB because the small group of self group that is working about the exhaust service and water BOSA, kuna about wanga tunalipa, kuna ile hali ya malipo ambarua ambazo wanga tunalipa, the about one track iko na barua kama 10. Now if the WASLEB, they are responsibility of the tariff, can we just request when you are considering the rating of the tariff in our area of the exhausted people or like water BOSA, tuweke pesa ambayo mnakujua kwamba kuna barua tunakata sio tu ya ile ya monthly ya 15,000, while else there is a challenge even to the NAWASCO of we have even one of the vehicles that are still working within ours. So it is our prayer request, the WASLEB take a concern to us about the tariff. We are supporting it, but consider it as Mr. Wahome is saying, we are paying every month 15,000. Na hiyo pesa kupata iko na shida sana. Asante.
You can still visit the offices, you can still write to us. Ni vile kilicho na mwanzo lazima kiwe na mwisho, lakini hatumaanishi tumefunga majadiliano. Tukianzia tulisema you can write to us, you can call, you can visit the offices. If you are interested, you can even just write on this and we'll carry. Waandike tu hapa jina yako, shida yako, tutabeba hiyo karatasi na tutarespond kwako. So tukifungia hapo, I want to invite Eliud to take us through the next session. And then the MD, you will guide us on the next steps.
Thank you, Emily. And thank you, the MD, the board, our leaders. We really appreciate your presence. We don't take it for granted because we rely on your leadership. There's every reason why you've been chosen as a leader of this world. Now, this one brings us to an end of our very, very productive session. I think we've had some very good engagement with spirit of teamwork, thought partnership, and a clear understanding exactly that we are all in the same family with a shared purpose to see to it that we address the desired need of our people to get access to water that's affordable and that's also clean and safe. Yes, our views are diverse, and that's the strength of us coming together because of that diversity. Because that difference, that diversity, that different way of looking at things is what gives us strength to move forward. So without really much ado, I will really seek to emphasize that we keep working hand to hand together. There's nothing like us versus them, WhatsApp versus wananchi, or the utility versus wananchi. We are all one and the same people with a shared purpose and with a very interconnected way of working together for the good of each and every one of us. So I would like to just pose a quick question to each and every stakeholder. I think we began by saying that the bottom line here is a consultative meeting. So each and everyone here is valued. That's why you are consulted. You do not consult somebody you don't value their views. So by the virtue of being here, your presence here is of high value. So let me just ask a question. By show of hands, are we all in support of our utility? First of all, beginning its vision. Are we all in support of our utility to achieve its desired vision? Just by show of hands. Excellent. That's really encouraging. Our utility has come up with the new tariffs. I think that's why we're here, and it's been engaging various stakeholders on that. And I'm very, very happy that we have deep dived with really asking and questioning on how, in 100%, how will the utility break down the utilization of the tariff. Are we all in support of utility on the new tariff they have come up with? Just by show of hands. Yeah, excellent. That's really encouraging. And I think, as my colleague Emily has said, this is not the end of this engagement. We'll keep engaging in the next 30 days. WhatsApp has all the avenues of complaints. We have the website. Our offices are there. You can reach us. And you can also send us emails. And the phone calls are, the lines are there for you to call in case of any challenges, anything that you think has not been taken care of for your interest and for the interest of any other consumer who must have rights of accessing clean water and that's quite affordable. So I think without much ado, all I could do is render blessings to the entire team, family, that we are here together with a shared purpose of understanding and shared way of doing things moving forward. And may I now seek the MD's inputs moving forward. And may God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. To all of us, we also want to appreciate you and tell you that we are here to serve you and to make sure that you get good quality water and sufficient water. Nikimarizia, nimeona at least kuna waheshimiwa walikuwa hapa lakini ameongea ni wawili wako. Mtaniruhusu nisiwapatie tena juu mmeongea. Nataka tu kurecognize other leaders. Najua sub county admin alikuwa asalimia watu hivyo tu, si ndio? Wamemuona. Chief pia wewe naweza kurecognize, it's good. Then ipatie ACC 2 chance atusalimie. Then after that tutapewa vote of thanks. Then Keboi atakuja to direct. Just maybe 30 seconds.
Hata sina mengi, engineer. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. All protocols observed. I'm delighted to be in this meeting. na nisipigwe na mheshimiwa, ni rafiki yangu. Mheshimiwa, mimi najua public participation inaongewa na Kiswahili. Hiyo ndio tumefundishwa kwa Ministry ya Interior. Because unasikia ni interior, ni ndani mashinani. So kitu moja tu engineer nitacomment, na hiyo tu uniwie radhi niseme, tuko na shinda wakati hiyo maji ama siwa inamwagika. Inaenda kwa chief's office Naivasha town, inaingia mpaka ndani. So wakati imeingia ndani hatuwezi fanya kazi, tunafunga. Even if ulikuwa unaenda kuzika mwili Western ama Meru, itafungwa sababu where do we handle the clients from? Inaingia kwa Naivasha town office ya chief. Number 2, I've called you severally juu ya EP residential area pale askari wetu wanakaa wa administration police, kunayo inamwaga hapo na ina cross barabara inaenda kwa nyumba zao. The other one ni police line, na siwezi acha hiyo pia. Ukiteremuka on your way to the courts, kunayo inatobokanga hapo na inaenda kwa hizo viosk where we take our lunch. So naomba as you look into the matter kindly, tuangalilieni hiyo, sababu sasa ikiingia hiyo harufu ikiingia hata hapo kotini ama ingie kwa ofisi zetu, we cannot even handle the clients. Kwa hivyo kwa hayo machache, kwa majina I think nimesahau, naitwa Charity Kadhure, Assistant County Commissioner, Naivasha Central Division. Na nikimalizia niseme about vandalism, hiyo ni kitu ambayo iko kwa hii area yetu. Juzi mheshimiwa walikata mlika mwizi. Hata hizo chuma ziko kwa ofisi yangu because askari walikuwa natoka kazi na wakaona watu ambao wanakatakata hiyo chuma ambayo inamulikia kila mtu. It is very unfortunate, lakini tukipatana na wao wanajua ndawa yao. Mimi sisamei yao na kubebesha hizo chuma mpaka police, na ninahakikisha umeenda kotini. The fines are very heavy. So tukisensitize even our chiefs ama the leaders here, kindly sensitize our watu wenye wana vandalize. Kama sasa wanachukua mpaka mita wanapeleka kwa scrap metal, si hao ni watu wetu na they live within us. Ukipata huyo mtu tu niite mimi, I'll be very available, niende nipeleke nishughulikie yeye, sababu hiyo si kitu mzuri na sisi unajua tumezoea kuongea. So barikiweni sana sana sana, na ninashukuru kwa hapa. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Through your permission, maybe kindly just give me 1 minute kwa sababu kuna mambo labda kidogo ninataka kusema. I'm Elizabeth, the Sub-County Administrator here in Naivasha. Let me just clarify some few issues that tukiacha hivyo tutaacha kama tuko hivyo as the Sub-County Administrators. And ninataka kushukuru kwanza kwa sababu we have not said that hatuna maji. That is a plus that you all need to go with that. Tunakubali kuwa tunashirikiana na watu wa NAIVASHA and you are getting water. Then the other thing I wanted to insist is, what do we pick from here? The essence ya kufanya tariffs review, it is because we get the gap that we also need to address. It is important we understand why are we moving in this direction. Then the other thing I wanted to say that I've gotten from WASREB, we are talking of the CIDP, we are talking of the ADP. The CIDP, it is the 5 years long-term development plan in the county government. The ADP, it's what we adopt in annual year, every year. So it is important because as we also get challenges, as we also address these issues of inadequate finance, it is also important that tunaelewa ni wapi tutapata pesa. My senior hapa from Central Rift Valley ameweza kusema na kurudia pahali tunatoa pesa. But as the constitution also agrees that public wanafaa kutoa the project ndio zikuwe catered for. It is very important. If it is Lakeview,
if it is Viwandani ward, if it is Kayole, when we are coming for the CIDP, are we getting to know what are our needs in the 5 years? Because if we do not, kama hatutaweza kuweka haya matakwa yetu in the long term of the 5 years, it also means that tutakaa tuna lowesha kidole kwa NAIVASHA, and they are also having inadequacy of money. Are we also coming for public participation, that we can also adopt something like piping that you also need to factor in there? So those are some of the needs that we also need to understand. Where do we get on to sort our issues? Otherwise, nimeshukuru sana. Want to thank Mheshimiwa Muraya Viwandani. In his budget, he gave us a project here in Kabatini that we are also doing. From the request from NAIVASHA, we also understand that the governor is also doing some other project. What I was asking, if we need to focus on NAIVASHA sub-county, what is our strategic plan? We really need to focus on the strategic plan such that we can be able to fit it in the avenues that are going to get us money. Otherwise, if we do not fit hapa, tutaka hapa tunagongana, which is not important. So with that one, nataka kuwashukuru sana. Asanteni sana, God bless you.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. My name is Salome Gekonyo. Ningetaka sana kuwashukuru kwa kuwa patient. Tumekaa hapa kutoka saa 4 ni saa 9 sasa. I'm a director representing youth, women and people with PWD. I'm very glad to meet the two ladies, so I think we should talk more on how we can represent you better in the organization. Ningetaka tujipigie makofi kila mtu kwa kuwa patient. Pia ningetaka tupigie WASREP for the information. Msimumejifunza kitu? Actually, I believe that now sasa juu umerepresent your group, sasa eneza the injili sasa, ili watu understand. I guess what we need also to invest on is civic education, whereby people understand ni nini hii NAIVASHA inafanya, mandate yake ni gani, tunaweza kuwa part and parcel ya vitu zenye wanafanya aje. You see, how can we partner? Labda uko na mahali dona anaweza fanya kitu kwenyu. So I think the civic education is very important, and nimefurahia that different stakeholders have been represented here. Pia ningetaka kushukuru NAIVASHA staff for organizing this, pamoja na our board members, tuwapigia makofi. Nashukuru sana, and with that mkuwe na wakati mwema, and thank you so much for supporting. We can acknowledge that NAIVASHA imefanya kitu, si ndio? Simona imetoka from small to middle, sasa ni large utility. That's a good effort, si ndio? Plus the MD hangeweza kufanya hivyo bila support ya the staff, na pia bila support ya the stakeholders. It's a team, so we have to collaborate together. Hakuna haja ya kupigana, because NAIVASHA isipofanya pande yake, wewe ndio utateseka ama user. Sasa hata hii Tarriff itani affect pia. So, but I believe that ili nipate maji, NAIVASHA lazima ikuwe funded. And how can we fund that? Through the Tarriff. So we need to support it. And I will welcome my director atuombea ili tuweze kufunga mkutano. Wacha Kimboya tupe directions kwanza, then I'll invite the director.
Okay, so before we close the out of prayer, I can confirm that we have lunch. So I think from there we'll proceed to a restaurant. That's where we'll take lunch. And also, I know we have our finance manager. You can say something in terms of the facilitation also, and what will happen after this. Thank you very much. Before to manage the I understand we have some registration list. If you know you've not registered, please make sure that you register for record purpose. Otherwise, thank you so much. It's been yours truly, MC. My name is Kimboya Kevin. Asanteni sana.
Habari zenyu tena. Thank you so much for this time. We have some small facilitation for your transport back home. So we have a lady seated there, Alice. Alice will deal with the customers. I hope you've all registered, because we have put the package as per the names. So we'll see Alice. And then for the board and the directors and the county members, Martha will come to see all of you. So thank you so much. Please make sure you go, you see either of those ladies. Thank you, Sana.
Sasa, thank you so much. Sasa juu board imerepresentiwa, Wasreb wameongea, county, Madam SCC, sasa tupate a stakeholder mwenye atatuombea kwenye hiyo inclusivity. Madam.
Thank you. I'll pray. But before I pray, you know, we came to the process is to approve or not to approve. Is it not so? It's part of the public participation. So I was expecting to be asked how many. Oh, I was out. Okay, fine. Thank you. Mwish, wacha tusimame tuombe. But before tuombe pia, I want to challenge waheshimiwa ambao wako hapa. The bill that you've talked about inatokana kwa assembly. Si kwa, no, inatokana kwa assembly. So take it to the assembly. Don't ask us to do it. Sawa sawa? Okay, wacha tuombe. Father, we come to you this wonderful moment. We want to thank you and we want to honor you, oh God. We started this engagement with you. We asked you to guide us. And Lord, you've been gracious to us. You've given us good speakers, and we have come to a close. And we all agree of the proposal that our utility has requested, O Jehovah Father. How we pray that God, even going forward, that Lord, that they will be able, Father, even to serve even other areas, expand, O Jehovah God. And we pray for the resources that they require, O Jehovah Father, that God, may you open avenues, may you create opportunities for them, may you create partnerships, O Jehovah Father, we call them from wherever they are, that Jehovah God, they may be able, Father, to come and partner with us, that, oh Lord, we may be able, Father, to serve the community with water and even sewer services, O Jehovah God. I want to thank all the partners that have graced this occasion, WASREP and the other team members, O Jehovah Father, that God, may you continue to guide them, O my Father, even as they provide regulatory processes for the water service provider. And even Jehovah God, even making sure that as consumers, O King of Kings, we're able to consume or to get water that is of good quality. We want to thank you even for the county, O Jehovah Father, as even they continue, O my Father, even to lead us, O God, that may you provide to them wisdom, knowledge, and even understanding, O Jehovah God. As we depart this place, O Jehovah God, we pray that, Lord, we shall continue being in spirit, O God. And I also want to pray for the meal that is before us, O Jehovah God, that you may bless it, O my Father, as we partake on it, and even bless those that have not been able to get that also, they may also be able to get. In Jesus' name we pray and even believe. Amen.
Basi kwa jina naitwa Joseph George Nganga. Mimi ni mkazi wa hapa Maimahio tangia 1998. Na wakati nilipofika hapa niliona ni mahali tofauti na kule ambako nilikuweko, kwa maana hapa ni mahali pakavu, na nikafikiri labda ndipo panaitwa Maimahio. Kitu niliona kikiwa na shida hapa zaidi kuliko yote sio chakula, hata igali chakula hapa Maimahio ni shida, maji nao ni shida zaidi. Maji kupata hapa ni shida, na kuna wengine ambao labda tunasikia, lakini sijawahi kuwaona kabla hamuja kuja wameletewa maji, lakini sisi hatukuwa na maji. Wale wote mmewaletea maji, sisi hatukuwa na maji. maji ikiwa na shida hivyo, tukaona maisha hapa ni magumu, kwa maana hapa ni pakavu. Najua hapa hainyeshi, hata ikinyesha mahali kwingine kokote, hapa mvua hainyeshi sana. Kwa hivyo naona nashukuru kwa nini kutuletea maji hapa, manake hii maji itatufaidi. Tutapata sukuma kama hizi nimepanda hapa. Kwa hivyo hii maji tunaona umuhimu wake kwetu, na tunashukuru kwenu kuwasiliana na sisi na kupanga mpango huu mkatuletea hii maji, na ndipo tunasema asante kwenu kutuletea hii maji. Kitu nikiomba sana ni wale watu ambao mulileta hapa wakawa wakitutengenezea maji, muangalie sana na musaidie sana, maana hawa watu ni usaidizi wetu wa muhimu sana. Kwa hivyo wanafanya kazi nzuri sana, inatufurahisha, na ndipo sasa mimi nasema asante kwa kutuletea hii maji hii, na itaendelea kutusaidia. Mungali mnatushikilia, mungali mnawasikia hawa wanatusaidia hapa, na tutaendelea vizuri. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema asante kwa hayo.
The Board of Directors has approved customer-focused policies for enhanced service delivery, which includes ProPoor policy that protects the interests of the poor and marginalized groups. Also, social connection policy that allows payment of installment while customer is still enjoying the service. My name is Johnson Waweru Karanja. I'm the chairman of the board of NAIVASHA. NAIVASHA is wholly owned by county government of Nakuru, and its main mandate is to provide water sanitation services to NAIVASHA sub-county and its environs.
We are very happy today to note that the company has been growing very well in order to be able to provide water services and also sanitation services to the consumers and to the residents of NAIVASHA. And from 2017 up to now, you will be able to note that we have been able to have a growth in the number of boreholes that we have right now. The utility basically relies on groundwater.
Technical Services Department deals with 3 major activities. 1 is water production, then 2 is projects, and number 3 is water quality treatment.
Our key goal is to ensure we bill customers accurately, efficiently, and on time. We currently have 2 billing cycles where we bill customers on the 14th and 30th of every month. I'd like to encourage our customers to take advantage of our USSD code, which is *873*052. This will enable you query anything about the company, lodge a complaint, tambua our staff. This is upon you having any staff coming to your premises, coming to do disconnection or meter reading. Also, you can inquire about our exhauster services, and lastly, you can also pay your bill through the USSD.
Is situated south of NAIVASHA town and is a peri-urban settlement with low-income dwellers. The more developed parts of Mirera are occupied by laborers from neighboring commercial flower farms and Lake Naivasha fishermen.
Kwa majina yangu ni Max Rojogona Mwangi. Kwa hii area Naivasha, Mirera, Kiandege area nimekaa miaka 42. Na tangu 42 tulikuwa na shida sana ya maji hapa. So tulikuwa tunaenda baharini kuchota maji ya lake. Na unajua maji ya lake iko na uchafu mwingi sana. Watu wanaogelea, manguo inafuliwa, maumbu wanakunywa huko punda. lakini tulikuwa tunaitumia tu sababu hatukuwa na uwezo ingine ya kufanya. Kutoka hapo ndio tukaanza kupanga vile tunaweza pata borehole ya Merera, inaitwa Rufiri Water Project. Tukashimba borehole, lakini pia hiyo imetusaidia, lakini iko na chumvi mingi sana sana sana. Lakini kukawa na grupu ingine iko na maji safi sana 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 ambaye haina chumvi. Kwa wakati hii tunasema tulikuwa kwa maji ya chumvi, sasa tunasema tuko kwa maji ya sukari. So tunaifurahia sana tangu ikuja, sababu situmii pesa mingi vile nilikuwa natumia, na hii maji pia ninalipa maji na nini paipu na mita nalipa tu pole pole. Sina haraka na hiyo maji, so ni safi, hatuchemuzi. So ukipika chai inakuwa mzuri sana. Beleni hiyo ya chumvi ukipika chai inakuwa very black, lakini sasa tunaona iko sawa.